Wolverine. Wolverine. Good choice.
遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘的古老传说。经过漫长的岁月蹉跎，依然留在我心中。他们是一群真的英雄，他们的故事惊心动魄，历经了艰险，百折千磨，惊涛骇浪都闯过。传说，传说在那变幻莫测的某个时空。传说，传说他们千变万化，能各显神通。传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。传说，传说，传说，传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。
All right, chat.
Good work. Now do it again.
在那遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘的古老传说。经过漫长的岁月蹉跎，依然留在我心中。他们是一群真的英雄，他们的故事惊心动魄，历经了艰险，百折千磨，惊涛骇浪都闯过。传说，传说在那变幻莫测的某个时空。传说，传说他们千变万化，能各显神通。传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。传说，传说，传说，传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。
Good work. Now do it again.
在那遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘的古老传说。经过漫长的岁月蹉跎，
Now do it again.
在那遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘的古老传说。经过漫长的岁月蹉跎，依然留在我心中。他们是一群真的英雄，他们的故事惊心动魄，历经了艰险，百折千磨，惊涛骇浪都闯过。传说，传说在那变幻莫测的某个时空。传说，传说他们千变万化，能各显神通。传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。传说，传说，传说，传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。
Good work. Now do it again.
在那遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘的古老传说。经过漫长的岁月蹉跎，依然留在我心中。他们是一群真的英雄，他们的故事惊心动魄，历经了艰险，百折千磨，惊涛骇浪都闯过。传说，传说在那变幻莫测的某个时空。传说，传说他们千变万化，能各显神通。传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。传说，传说，传说，传说，传说任凭时光流转，但正气不灭，给我们留下神的传说。
Good work. Now do it again.
在那遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘的古老传说。经过漫长的岁月蹉跎，依然留在我心中。
Good work.
他们是
Now
一
do it
群真
again.
在那遥远的时空闪烁，是那神秘
Alright, chat. Are you okay there? Okay. Chat, hello.
Quickly, Catherine. The alpha ozone, it's gone.
Oh!
I've been working on it for 30 years. I finally succeeded, and now it's gone. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Air Conference? Everybody's waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to help me find the alpha ozone for me?
Quickly, Phantom. The Skull Cave, it's bugged. I've been working on it for 30 years. It's all fucked and bugged. What are we going to do now at the International Clean Cave Conference? They're waiting to see it. What can I do? I'm so old now. Who is going to shoot all these bugs for me?
I will, Ralph. I will, Ralph. I'll try my hardest. Just for you.
Good choice.
Thank you so much. We've got a level 3 hype train here, chat. That's how excited everyone is for the Phantom. That's how excited everyone is for the Phantom. Level 3 hype train, getting ready for the Phantom. The Phantom is out. I'm gonna play the full version of the Phantom. The Phantom. Chat. It's out. No more demo. It's here after like 3 years since it was announced. 2.5, 3 years since the game was announced. Now we've got the Phantom. You're all waiting for it, aren't you? Everyone's been looking forward to the Phantom here. Let me catch up with all the things that have transpired before. In the time of peace, not of war. We had Gundam Jahudakai with the 76-month resub. Gundam, thank you so much. Noodle mixing sound with the 10 months. That's a good sound. Razor, Ralph, Elto Shin, Ralph again, and Elto Shin again, Ironclad, all with the 270 bits.
I've come to the conclusion that you make Alone in the Dick. There have been 0 copies since you introduced it.
Telplan desperately trying to find a copy of Alone in the Dick so he can put it on the shelf and never play it, just like every other video game that he owns, except for Crystal of Kings. Thank you for the 270 bits, guys. All of those names I just read out. Iyasu, thank you for the 73 months. Norms, thank you for the 12 months. Cororius gifted a sub to Phantom Butt. And Kanuntin gifted a sub to Chuan. And Ralph with the 555 bits. And JD Amato with the 13 months. And Bleppy Bloppins with the 28 months. And Toaplan with the 250 bits. Thank you, guys. Let's play the Phantom.
Good choice.
Have you guys heard about this game called The Phantom? It's a new Australian beat 'em up that's come out. Very high profile game. Ralph, thank you for gifting a sub to Phantomass. Phantom Ass? Some throat issues here. Thank you for the gift sub to Phantom Ass. Let's go over to here. You guys want a Twitter update? You guys want a Twitter update, dude? Is that what you want, chat? Let's have a look. Let's get updated here. Official account for the Phantom video game coming to all platforms in 2024. Wishlist it now. How much do you reckon they care about this game? Do you reckon they care about the game a certain amount? I mean, surely they care a certain amount. The game is like designed and it's got really good art. Chat, we've talked about this a lot before, but if you were the director of the game, regardless of like what your role is in the company in terms of what you have to actually work on, if you were the director of a game like this, would you or would you not obsessively care about details like this to make sure that the release of the game actually resembles normality in any sense? Or would you literally just not care and not check the social medias and just be like, I'm gonna stay in and make some toast. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go to the movies, I'm gonna go watch Captain America. Like, would you care? Or would you just literally not care? I don't think I've ever seen a game of this scale on Twitch. Well, it doesn't even matter on scale because even the most indie of indie games that are made by one dude, usually they're on top of all this shit. This is a game that's made by a team, a small team, and no one gives a shit to fix all these core basic presentational things. So apparently, according to the Twitter, the game is still coming in 2024. And also there is no image for the page or the category here on Twitch. Now, it doesn't really matter because no one else is really going to be using this category. But there's no image. The category on Twitch has no image. We don't have a little picture of the Phantom cover art in the corner. So, they do have a post down here that says, "We are proud to announce that the Phantom is already available everywhere. Check it out at your favorite store and take control of the ghost who walks in a new and exciting globe-trotting adventure." What do they mean, favorite store? Can I go to the store and see physical copies of the Phantom out right now? Are they all stocking it? Are they stocking it? Wait. Anyway, this is their main social media presence. The game's still coming in 2024. Luckily for us, though, it is out. It is out. Phantom. This is the proper cover art here. We got the proper cover art here now, chat. The Phantom. It's out. Developed in Australia, mate. It's developed in Australia. It's developed in Melbourne. Sneed, thank you for the 99 bits. Developed in Melbourne, except a lot of the key art was done by Americans, I believe, or at least one American did a lot of the key art, and then a lot of the animation and shit was done in Australia. And the only real complaint, like, I love the way this game looks. The only real complaint people have is like the animation. The animation, like, animation's really expensive if you get pros. They didn't get pros to do the animation, which is expected. I'm fine with the animation. I don't care. I'm fine with the animation of the game. I just like the way it looks in general. Just the default look of the game. Why is my throat so bogged down today? Probably because I'm about to play the Phantom. Now, of course, we know that there's been one other Melbourne-developed beat-em-up, specifically developed in Melbourne, And that is, of course, Jim Lee's Wildcats on Super Nintendo in 1995, which is amazing. So this game's directly going to be compared to Jim Lee's Wildcats. And there's not really much more to say than that. The Phantom is based off an American comic, and Americans don't give a shit about this IP at all. Instead, this IP has been popular in Europe and Australia. There was an American movie attempt back in 1997 or whatever, and it was a big failure. And that's that. That's that. Anything else I should say, chat, or should we just play the game? Now, I have had a lot of experience with the demo. They've been rushing at the last minute. They decided to take maybe about a year or so off from developing the Phantom, it seems. Judging by how it's looked in trailers over the years. This is a small-scale game, but it's been in development for like 3 years or something. It's almost as if they weren't developing this game for like a year while they were focusing on the Kickstarter and developing the other beat-em-up using the same engine, which is Lady Death. And now it almost feels like in the last 2 weeks, they've just been desperately trying to patch this game to fix all these core issues. And the game's literally like 2 weeks away from release, and they've been trying to patch it the last few days. And, you know, the biggest problem with the game in the demo was having the infinite OTG, so the whole combat was a joke. It was just melting dudes on the floor with the ground attacks. That at least got fixed, and fixed to just be one hit off the floor. That's fixed. So at the very least, because this is still going to be a total buggy, unfinished mess. There's no way it's not a buggy, unfinished mess. It's just what it's going to be, because you can tell from the demo, the fact that the demo was like literally their current build. But at the very least, we can enjoy, or I can enjoy, the beat 'em up action normally because they fixed the OTG thing. The very least, because this game has some satisfying fundamental gameplay shit going on. The biggest thing about it is the graphics, just the art style of it. That's the main thing. But I can enjoy it. I can enjoy the basic beat 'em up stuff now because there's no OTGs, which is good. If Beyond the Ice Palace 2 sells more than the Phantom, does that mean the Beyond the Ice Palace 2 is not going to sell very well? I think it's still only got like 30 Steam reviews or something. I don't expect the Phantom to sell particularly well in a general sense, but they're at least trying to capitalize off physical copies to like Phantom comic book collectors and stuff, in the same way that they're trying to in the same way that they funded the full amount for Lady Death, basically from Lady Death collectors. It's not beat 'em up fans, it's all Lady Death collectors and stuff. So, so that's more the market that this company is going in. They're trying to get these licenses and making these beat 'em ups. And I love the art style and what they're doing with these games. It's just that the game is clearly unfinished. It's so underbaked. But I can still enjoy it. So I'm gonna play it. There's a Beyond. There is Ashen's. There is. I played it yesterday. I played Beyond the Ice Palace 1 yesterday, which is a trash shovelware game from 1988. Of course, there's nothing special about it. It was pretty garbage. But for some bizarre reason, there is a modern, super duper high effort, crazy like high end pixel art game. A sequel that was released for Beyond the Ice Palace. And in some ways it looks meh, in some ways it looks amazing. I want to play it, but I probably won't play it for 1 or 2 months. But it does exist. We don't know why. I think the company that published the game, I think they just like to slap licenses on existing games that are in development. Like they made Gunryu 2, which is a sequel to Gunryu 1, which Gunryu 1 is one of the most uncared about Neo Geo games. So they just like to slap numbers on things. But slapping Beyond the Ice Palace in particular is quite strange because the original game is just got nothing to do with the new game in any sense, gameplay, visually, anything. And Beyond the Ice Palace 1 is also not a classic or anything, it's just garbage. Anyway, that's a topic for a different day when we play Beyond the Ice Palace 2. Today, we're playing The Phantom, Australian beat 'em up. Let's go over here and get started right now. No more wasting any time. We're going. Sun Goku, thank you for the 100 bits. Sun Goku, what is going on? I know Steven Seagal was in there, Sun Goku. Steven Seagal was in there. You might have just missed it. The Phantom. Do I play it, chat? Got the full version just sitting. I got the full version sitting right here. Umbi Poco-chan, thank you for the 58 months. Umbi Poco-chan, how's it going? Chat? Play Basun! Sifu stream? I do have Sifu, but I haven't played it yet. Chat. If you want me to play The Phantom, donate 1 bit right now. If you don't want me to play The Phantom, donate nothing.
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said give me the brandy!
You've already played the full version, but you've yet to 1cc Guy Ferd.
Son of a bitch is dug in like an Alabama tick.
Guyford was very good.
You're hit. You're bleeding, man.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Oh. Okay.
Guyford was very good.
Throw another shrimp on the Barbie.
Thank you, Liquid Flood and Dr. Rock.
And then the tongue of the first alien was so like a, in a way, not organic. It was a tube with these teeth in front. It was really not. So I make a very elegant tongue, like a sword. They can roll the tongue out, push out, and then it goes. The victim got in the mouth, and by pulling back, the whole interior of the victim came out. It must be horrible.
They want you to erotic the Phantom with alien tongue.
Good choice!
I hope there's aliens in this. Liquid Flood. Thank you for the
38, 39,
Akabidi.
40 quarters.
Ralph.
This better be good.
Rubber Kitty, thank you for gifting a sub to nothing.
Game over.
Isfet, thank you for the 300 bits.
What a rip!
Isfet. It's a lot of fives.
What does 450 get me? 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5.
That might be too many fives for the Phantom to handle. We gotta play the Phantom here.
5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5 5.
We gotta play the Phantom here. We gotta play the Phantom here.
The Phantom.
We gotta play the Phantom here, alright? We're playing the Phantom. Akabidi, thank you. Isfet, thank you for the 300 bits. Toll Plan gifted a sub to Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dick? Not this game that you're looking for, right? Not Alone in the Dick. You guys seem to be excited to see the Phantom, chat.
Crush your enemies.
Come and
See them
pants.
driven before you. to hear the lamentation of the women.
You guys seem to be excited to see the Phantom, chat.
Hello, Birdman. I remember me and my friends would quote the dumb Phantom film scene where they fight with lasers. Unbelievable.
Should we? No, this is gonna be distracting. I was gonna go watch the movie trailer, but we're not. Thank you for the $5 donation. I forgot to do the typical comic book game intro, so we better do that.
Good choice.
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said, give me the brandy!
Low.
I don't know what happened there, but I used that as an opportunity to get some nuts so I can be powered up for this playthrough. I want to have some food in me. So let's get this started. The Phantom. The Phantom. Let's go. Start the timer. Right.
For those who came in late, 400 years ago, pirates attacked and destroyed.
Why did the sound reset? I had put it to 20%. I had put it to 20% and it like reset for some reason. Oh, it's just like the demo all over again. Hold on. Okay, this should be fine. This should be fine now. This should be fine. Let's update it over the demo chat.
For those who came in late, 400 years ago, pirates attacked and destroyed a great sailing ship. A father sacrificed his own life to save his son. A sole survivor washed ashore. The young boy was nursed to health and swore an oath. I swear to devote my life to the destruction of all forms of piracy, greed, and cruelty. May my sons and their sons follow me. This is the legacy of my family. I am the Phantom.
That's him, chat. That's him. Alright, first things first. Options. Back. Let's see if it's still got the menu bug. I'm very curious to see how many of the demo bugs are still in here. Firstly, let's just see if there's the weird menu bug. Can't wait to start playing the game. The Phantom. They fix it? I love the art in this game. The game looks awesome. Best thing about the game, how it looks. I think it might be fixed because I think it was supposed to happen there, right? The fire transition. Yeah, I think all the fire effects in this game are like default, like assets, like they're like store assets or something. I think they fixed the menu bug where it just like loops the menu and goes like, I think they fixed it. Good. It's fixed. Everything's gonna be fixed, chat. Everything is gonna be fixed. Everything's gonna be fixed. We can't select Arcade and Outlast. That's good. Okay, Vault. So the Vault is like the collectibles thing. So immediately here, I can notice that I've still got the Vault items that I got from the demo. Not only do I have the Vault items that I got from the demo, but I've got the Vault items from when I had the second demo where they fucked up and accidentally did the full game, and there was like the full game in there. No, it was definitely from exiting options as well. Option, I remember that, but we can test it again later in a different way, maybe. So it still has my collectibles from the second demo where the full game was available and we played further than the intended demo because you could just easily do it. I didn't play through the whole game, so I never spoiled the whole game. But this Vault screen looks awesome and it's a good idea. It's very, very simple. You know, there's only like bloody 5 collectibles or some shit. Nonetheless, it's like cool. But there's a problem with it, and it's the same thing from the demo and everything. You don't... You know, you can see the outlines of the treasures you're supposed to find, right? We've already got the book, we've already got the harp thing, we've already got the goblet, we've already got the snake thing, we've already got the necklace, we've already got the arrow. Like, we've already got heaps of those items. Thank you, second demo. But you don't select them. You don't select the items that you've got. you press the button, just like in the demo, you press the button, and then it just shows you all the items, including the items that you don't have yet. And this is the same as the demo. It just makes no sense. It just makes no sense. You should only be able to select the items that you've collected, right?
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said give me the brandy!
Toll Plan, thank you for the 250 bits.
Mike call. My dad has hundreds of Phantom comics. You want them?
Yeah. Yeah. This game's just kind of filled with unfinished nonsense like that. And, you know, I was hoping they would have cleaned it all up from the demo, but obviously they have not. There's also one other thing. These are just minor presentational things, but seeing them in a game like this just drives me insane because this is the type of stuff that you don't even see in like one-man indie games and shit. If it's like a game of like decent effort. And this is a game of effort, but they've just not cared about so much shit in this game. It's like, oh, we set aside 4 months of development and now we're not touching it again because we moved on to Lady Death. It's like, there's some kind of like clinical attitude towards the game, towards the development of this game, where it's like, oh, we set aside 2 hours to develop this, we set aside 1 hour of our schedule to develop this, and then like no one touches the shit outside of the work hour. It's like there's no attention put to actually, like, do you guys know what I mean? Like, this is just put together as like a commission. They've been commissioned to do it and they're doing it the bare minimum amount of work hours, and then no one cares about it outside work hours, and that just drives me insane. Like, but there's like a lot of effort put to the game that's like above that level of like commission, or like getting commissioned to make a game that you don't care about. The subject matter here is so cool. Like, you'd think you'd be excited to work on this game, and like the main director dude in interviews sounded excited, but there's so many aspects like this that just don't make sense to me for a game of this scale. And this is a small scale game for like in terms of budget and stuff, but it's still like a game that was made by like 15 total dudes or whatever, and not just one indie dude. Tollplan gifted a sub to Doppelopoulos. Thank you, Tollplan, for the gift sub to Doppelopoulos. So what I'm talking about is shit like this, like, you know, this whole thing doesn't make any sense. The whole vault system is busted, because why the heck are you allowed to see the treasures that you haven't even collected yet? But then there's shit like this, where when I go into this info mode, the little button at the bottom, the little green next thing, A button, it's like in a different position. It's not the same position. Like, the red button stays the same position, but the green one doesn't stay in the same position. And it's just shit like that that makes me go insane, where it's like all inconsistent. Because, like, that doesn't make any sense. It's not even one-man indie games have problems like that. Because when you make a game like this, it's like you obsessively look at shit like that. But this game is just so all over the place in regards to shit like that. Anyway, leading off from that, and this is something as well. This is something as well. That's really nitpicky. This is the thing though, King. Try to name one other game that has problems like that. Just try to name one other. Like, if in your brain you think that that's a common thing for games, where it's like little things you wouldn't notice like that, but if you go into your whole Steam profile and go through every single game, try to find one that has problems like that. Like, just try. Like, try. You'll never find shit like that a lot of the time. Well, not never, but you know, it's gonna be bloody hard to find something with problems like that. controls. So, you know, I've got issues with the game, the way that this game's designed. There's so many pointless moves in this game.
Give me the brandy!
Tsui Kagura.
Asking you as an expert of game development. In the light of seeing how the PC version of this game went so far, what's your take on everyone's favorite limited run game publisher currently having pre-orders for the physical PS4 and Switch versions?
Yeah, I'll probably buy it. I might get a physical copy of this, maybe. I might get a physical copy of this, maybe. So there's like, I'm not even gonna get into the moveset until we start playing the game. There's just a lot of fluff in the moveset. It's like, you know, we're making a beat 'em up. It's a modern beat 'em up. We have to use every button on the controller for it to be an in-depth beat 'em up. So we've got like a button for draw guns, a button for call animal, a button for mark punch, a button for spin attack. It's just like a button, dash attack, charge attack, charge attack, charge attack. But they're all while running? Like, well, that's an error. We've got 2 charge attacks, right? We've got dash. No, there's supposed to be 2 dash attacks while running, but the second while running with Y instead of X is listed as a charge attack instead of a dash attack. So that's, I just noticed that, that's wrong. They're both dash attacks because while running X is the shoulder tackle and while running Y is the slide. So they fucked up this screen because it says 3 charge attacks instead of 2 dash attacks and 2 charge attacks. It just shit like that. You see, we're finding it in every menu. We're finding it in every menu. This is what I'm talking about. It's not just like that one menu where the stuff was misaligned. It's like every menu has something inconsistently wrong about it. Power attack, up and attack, and yeah. And then of course there's the combat tips menu. And Jiggy was already talking about this. I saw the beginning of Jiggy's stream, but I had to go to bed. Shupert, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Shupert. Like, there's more inconsistencies on this screen. There's more inconsistencies on this screen. So now they're calling the spinning attack the power attack. That's the clothesline to get enemies off you. Now it's called the power attack. And then there's a second move called the power attack, which is the uppercut. So we've got 2 moves here called the power attack. And then this calls them different names. Like, how do you make a game that's in development for 3 years and there's just this many inconsistencies on every menu? It's baffling. Insanity. Like, I just do not understand it. Muke, thank you for the 37 months. It's just...
Alright, it's fucked. I can't be bothered.
I'm gonna enjoy this game a lot. I just have to complain about this shit, which is shit that I would see on day 1, and then immediately I'll just want to get in there, clean it all up, like fix it all up, just fix all these inconsistencies and like things in like literally 1 hour, just fix all of them and then done. Like, I can't understand how the game development of this company works. It's like everything's like, oh, we'll pay this student $5 to work for 2 hours on this day, and like everything is so clinical with how it seems like they've developed this game, not caring about just getting in there. It's just like, no, let's just get in there and fix that, like we'll just fix it. But they're just not. It's like they've got the image. This is like a static image. They've got the image and it's like, no, it's done, mate. We can't afford to edit it now. Even though editing the image would just take like a minute, 1 minute to just change the text so it's consistent. Anyway, let's go story mode. All right, Bengala jungle, Bengala jungle, Bengala jungle. So the slot bug, the slot issue is still here. That's from the demo as well. When you delete a file, it says new game. So we'll delete all the files, new game, new game, new game. just like in the demo, when you start a new file, which starts in the jungle, now let's go backwards, it puts that text on every file.
In reality, this game was programmed using ChatGPT using nothing but koalas for labor.
Phantom, thank you for the donation. So you see, none of them ever say new game. This is the same as the demo. The only way you ever see a file say new game is if you delete. But if you ever actually play the game, and then you go back, like, they're always going to say the jungle, always. Like, the save files work. Like, if it's, the save files are separated, if I remember correctly. But visually, again, it's all visual bugs. It's all like visual UI inconsistencies. It just says jungle for all of them instead of new game for these. So that is a really messed up inconsistency to add to this long growing. You see, it's all about these small details. And what happens when there's like a million, like dozens and dozens and dozens of these small details that become cumulative? They become cumulative. Small details that are cumulative. The exact reason Robert De Niro says that the reason Heat is a good movie is because there's lots of small details that are cumulative to make it good. But these are bad small details. This is not Heat, starring Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. Alright. Okay, does anyone want to take any wild guesses as to whether they fixed this visual inconsistency with the difficulty select? It's not fixed. Not my job, mate. We already hired Rick to program this back in 2023. We can't touch it anymore. So the problem here is obviously, as I saw the first time I played this, is that these are 3 images that are changing, and every image has the easy word in different positions. It's not consistent. Again, small detail that you would never, ever usually see in any typical video game, but it's another cumulative error. It's like an error. And I've never played a game that has this many cumulative, tiny detail errors. It's very strange. And this is contrasting to the fact that this game has incredible artwork. But you got to remember that the artwork to this game, Dragoon Zero gifting a sub to fucking Rick. Thank you, Dragoon Zero. The artwork to this game was commissioned early in the development, and it was done by like, different people or like some dudes in America and shit. So the art production aspect of this game is kind of disconnected from the implementation aspect. And the implementation aspect of this game is what feels like it's done by university students that were not invested at all, where they're just rushing all this shit together. And that's why you've got embarrassing visual problems like this on literally every menu. Tiny details that the majority of players would not notice, but if you try to notice shit like this and you play any other game on Steam that's of, beyond shovelware, you'll never find these problems. You'll never find them. Toll Plan, thank you for the 100 bits. It didn't seem to be there, Toll Plan. They might have fixed it. It didn't seem to be there. Okay, so normal difficulty. Start the timer. This is the best character select screen in any beat 'em up. This character select screen looks fucking awesome. Again, it's the art itself. The key art that was made for this game is extremely awesome. The Phantom is an awesome character. And the art as it's pulled off here is extremely in line with the way that the Phantom comics looked, except it's like high-res, crispy, digital art that looks very good. The animation's a little bit iffy, but I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. I love the little logos of the names for the Phantom and Diana. It looks so good as well.
You are outmatched. There is nothing you can do to defeat me, Diana.
You know, I learned from the best. The jungle drums.
Trouble in the deep woods.
Okay. I love these cinematics still. These cinematics are so good. There's no time wasting. There's no fluff. This is still paced like an arcade game. So these cutscenes where it's always just one screen are so good. I still think it's weird how it just cuts and there's silence and you have to press the A button at the bottom. I think that's weird as fuck. It should just fade out or whatever. Like, there's no reason to stay on this screen. But they're good cutscenes. As I've been saying since the first demo, I'm pretty sure they do not know how to fix this issue. They don't know. There's no full-time programmer that works on this game, or that worked on the game since the beginning of the project. The programming of this game has been hodgepodge student intern shit at different times for small quantities of time. They don't know how to fix this walking animation issue. It works differently on different computers. For some people's computers, that dude's walk animation works. On other computers, it doesn't work. It should just always work. It shouldn't be anything to do with like friggin' refresh rate or something. It should just work. It's a walking animation for an enemy in a beat 'em up. Every beat 'em up we've played, including the $4 school hero game that was made by like 2 dudes, doesn't have any issue like this. It's bizarre. They really need to fix it. They have said that they're gonna keep patching the game after release, because they know they have to keep patching the game after release. This is gonna get torn up in reviews, but I don't care, because the core essence of what this game is doing is extremely appealing to me. But this walking animation issue on like at least 50% of computers plus or whatever has to be fixed. Like, you know, the guy's walking animation works in different... It's just, it's all over the place, dude. It's all over the place. Anyway. Remember, the main thing, the back kick, has been fixed, like in the 3rd demo. So now we can actually play the game properly. Like, we can play the game without just doing this on every enemy because the infinite OTGs are gone. The game had infinite OTGs up until a week before release. So that just shows how last minute they are with fixing fundamental shit and then probably not play testing it. Like, you know, that was a core issue, so they were still playing the game with infinite OTGs until like a week ago, which is insane, but it's fixed. So now we can actually play beat 'em up. It's actual beat 'em up now. Guinea Prince, thank you for the raid. Guinea Prince. So we've got the punch combo, we got jump, we got the pickup button, there's a standalone pickup button where you can take out your guns and use guns. You don't want to use your guns though, because if you kill enemies with guns, you get kills, which is the red skull in the top left, and that apparently gives you a bad ending, apparently. So like, guns are useless anyway, they're like real shit. So I'm barely gonna even use them anyway. Then you've got the mark attack, which does nothing on its own, but when you have a full super meter, it does the super. And then you've also got the spin attack, which gets enemies off you, which uses 1 bar of special meter. Like, every button does something. You know, this is an 8-button game. Yesterday, I streamed the Hong Kong developed DOS beat 'em up called Dark Judgment from 1997. That is a 2-button game, just like the old Capcom beat 'em ups and shit on arcades. Does Dark Judgment have more in-depth combat than this, even though it's 2 buttons instead of 8 buttons, chat? You know, Dark Judgment with all its Street Fighter moves and juggles and shit. You don't need 8 buttons, but whatever, I don't care. We got a spin. And then you've also got the kick. So there's punch and there's kick. There's 2 attack buttons. The punch is like a big string, like a typical Final Fight string. The kick is not a string. It's like this weird just 2 hits kick thing. It's really weird. But the kick also doubles as being able to do a second move off like dashes and, well, dash. You can charge to do this. Yeah. And you can charge the kick to do that. Alright. The punch only hits high, so I guess you want to use the knee to break boxes like that. Weapons, remember they fixed the weapons from the feedback, so weapons actually break now. Weapons actually break. The core, like, punch... Oh, we've got a mark. The elephants. So when you use a super, there's those little comic book cut-ins, which I think are awesome. You've got big, bloody arcade game style just treasure items on the floor, which is pretty sick. Yeah, get the slide. The throws keep feeling better and better in every version. But the core, like, you know, the core hit stun and sound effects and stuff of just throwing and grabbing and combo. Like, dun 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 dun. Like, just doing shit like this, like, do do do. Like, it feels satisfying, it feels good. And we can actually enjoy that now because there's no more infinite OTGs off the ground hits. They sped up everything in the recent patches, like everything moves faster, enemies don't stay on the ground as long. Do, 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 do. These little missiles are still so silly. The super feels really good.
10 tigers.
So even though this game is like laughable in terms of all these little amateurish details and unfinished terrible programming and all these elements, nonetheless the core combat is still more satisfying and better than like you know, all the beat 'em ups from last year except for Vengeance Hunters. Like, this combat is like more in line with just satisfying arcade shit from, like, you know, the Capcom era and stuff. But the graphics, man, the graphics are just easily the highlight, of course. Use the guns to do that. I love the art style. I love the variety of scenes, the atmosphere. That's kind of the thing that is the best thing, the thing I like most about this.
Strikes.
Like, the Phantom is an awesome character. He, like, hangs out in this, like, exotic jungle. It's just atmospherically, I just love the atmosphere. This, like, jungle is incredible. The background art in this game is amazing. They changed it so down and attack is no longer the back fist. The back fist is now this. But the thing about the back fist is that it's a 100% pointless move to have. It's just it's pointless because you've already got this move which OTGs and everything. You've already got the back kick. So the back fist is just like, it's pointless. It just does not need to be in the game. Just a wait, like, it's pointless. Alright, do that. Destroy the truck. The stage has a decent amount of, like, unique shit happening throughout it to make it stand out. Like, we had the elephants at the beginning, then we had the bridge, now we got the truck. Like, the game does a decent job of having moments as you play through the stages. But just the core atmosphere of the stage itself, the jungle, is sick. And they don't repeat it. Like, every stage is a different illustration, background environment. But I don't know, Chaos Com. I don't know. Who knows what you could do with the back fist, but... Anyway, the buffering run problem is still in the game. This has been in the game since the first demo. It's really easy to pull off. You just literally start running during certain moves and it just does this. They still haven't fixed it. It's probably another thing where they don't know how to fix it because they don't have a proper programmer that's been working on the game since the beginning. So the programmers that they have are just trying to like patchwork what they can that's easy. And they can't figure this one out. It's not just this move. It's not just off the kick. It's off like... Oh, it's even off the punch. If you run fast enough, you can do it off the punch as well. It's off everything, I guess. Yeah, it's off everything, dude. It's off everything. Spin? Yeah, dude. So if like, you know, it's very common in beat 'em ups if they've got a run where you do moves and then you immediately buffer runs to keep running. In this game, if you're just trying to play the game and do moves and immediately run, you're just constantly getting this locked in position problem. So that has to be fixed. Alright. See, the sound effects and just the core feel of this shit is like really good. It's very fun to be able to play this game without just using the OTG on everything now. Boss might very well be one of the only bosses in the game from what we've seen, but... Use the super.
Phantom is rough on roughnecks.
Oh, you can't grab these guys. We've got score 38,000 points. It wouldn't surprise me if enemies spawn infinitely in boss fights. So you could probably just farm infinite score from farming enemies, so score is probably already compromised. I'm not even convinced this game's gonna have a high score screen, but we'll see. I'm very happy that it has score. Score is satisfying. And this game's got pretty big satisfying score amounts. But I'm not convinced that the score does anything. It doesn't give you 1-ups. There's no high score screen. And of course, also another minor issue that cumulates with the 2 trillion other minor presentational issues is the fact that the score does not have a fixed width. It's got variable width. So normally in like arcade games or beat 'em ups or what, like, you know, just literally any console or arcade Japanese developed or even non-Japanese developed 2D action game and stuff, the score is always static. Like the score is a static number that stays in the interface looking good in the interface in its spot. But when it has variable width, whenever there's like ones or different numbers have different lengths, the score jumps around. Like if you look at the score when I'm punching dudes, the score's jumping around. It's another just visual inconsistency thing that is not neat to go along with like the dozens of other things like that in this game.
Good choice.
El Nice Guy, oh, thank you for the 18 months. This game again, DPC, the full version's out. Level clear! So marks, we got 5 marks, we got 0 kills. I'm gonna try to finish the game with 0 kills by not using the guns, so we get the good ending. The marks is the amount of dudes you kill with the super move. I don't know if that matters or what. This is on Steam, yeah, this is Steam. It's also on consoles. What's up, Father Axekeeper?
I never want to see you in the deep woods again. The Skull Cave, under attack!
It was all a diversion.
Alright. Again, these cutscenes are awesome. Just so to the point. They look awesome. They're to the point. There's only one scene. Like, these are really good.
Let's dance.
Let's dance. Very satisfying clumpage. This game's got some real satisfying clumpage, and it's alleviated, or it's helped by the really cool graphics and stuff, like the pretty big sprites. Even though this game is not even 1% as polished a product as Shredder's Revenge was, I just prefer stuff that looks like this compared to Shredder's Revenge. In a certain sense. I do prefer the pixel art of Shredder's Revenge, but instead of little SD sort of characters, I prefer like realistic looking dudes and beat 'em ups and stuff. So this game is a breath of fresh air in that regard as well. The monkey that comes down to tell you to go is awesome. Oh, I guess you can't use this super well in a grab.
The Phantom is rough on Roughnecks.
The Phantom is rough on Roughnecks. So this is the Skull Cave where the Phantom hangs out. It's like his bat cave, right? There's dudes that are in it. Gotta keep an eye for the treasures in the background. There's still a few of the treasures I'm missing. Okay, I guess he was still in his roll movement. He was still in his roll, chat. Man, that locking into position run shit. Should use that a bit, maybe. Boom. So, of course, the boss of stage 1 is reused as a normal enemy now. The question is, when do we get another unique boss? Because the demo had, like, nothing. It just has the auto-scrollers. I think this game has, like, no bosses, but we'll see. This. Very meaty.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
There's treasure in there? Yeah, the hidden. Oh my god! There's a bug. There's a bug with the treasure. Did you guys see it? I'm pretty sure that was a bug with the treasure. That's new. I never noticed that in the demo. I never noticed that one in the demo. This is the guy that's in the cave that we have to rescue. I'll explain what I mean when we get to the next treasure item, chat. I think we found a new bug. We got treasure there, okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a bug. I think I know what I saw there. That janky juggle shit is actually awesome, I reckon, in this game. Sometimes jank can be good. Hey. Oh, he got away. I like these fat enemies though.
They have Kate. We must hurry.
I love all these little narrative moments and stages. I mean, that's the first one we got. I don't know how many more there's gonna be, but you know, it's another little moment that stands out in the stage. Before I scroll to the left, I wanna mess with what could be this treasure bug. It's just more enemies coming? Okay. No! Okay, it still scrolls left. Okay, so the bug I think I saw is that as long as you're pressing the pickup button on treasure, it still gives you score before the treasure fades out. So basically you can pick up items more than once if you're mashing pick up. Let's see if that's correct. Are you ready, chat? Yep. I picked up the treasure 3 times and got 3 times the score. Alright, chat, we're gonna try to get max score by doing a triple multiplier and everything. So everything is just programmed in the weirdest way, like the most basic way. Nothing's programmed in this game, like ever since the demo with all the bugs and shit, it's like everything's programmed in the most basic way that doesn't account for like error, it doesn't account for like what happens if you spam something or whatever. That goes for like menus and everything, like, you know, the way that they did the difficulty select with the images and stuff, everything's done in like the most basic way. And it's like, you know, they've just got it so that when you're in this animation, give score as long as like overlapping item with the hitbox or whatever. It's not just like do it once and then, you know, the item deletes immediately or the item is no longer pick upable. But because the item fades out, it's still technically on the screen and you can keep picking it up. These chain guys.
There's the strength of 10 tigers.
Satisfying to get the clumpages. If the picking up treasure is consistent to always max out at 3 times, maybe we could just treat it as like a score system. Pick up treasure 3 times to get max score. Satisfying clumpage. Yes! Oh.
On roughnecks.
So they're just going crazy with these fat enemies now, which is fun. Gives you something to fight that's satisfying. And that's also used as essentially the climax of that stage. 100,000 points, chat. What's up, Marty? There's definitely a lot of core satisfaction with the fundamentals of the combat here. There's nothing flashy. There's nothing flashy that's going to impress anyone that's not like a die-hard beat-em-up fan, but the die-hard beat-em-up fan's still going to get satisfaction just from these satisfying fundamentals in this game. To a certain degree. There's also a lot of jank in this game, of course, but...
I have raided your cave, Ghost Who Walks. I came for your precious skull, but I found even greater treasure.
Doga, you snake. You can't escape from the Phantom.
There's nothing your father can do now, boy. Take off, you fools! What are you waiting for?
I'm trying, Master. The load is too heavy.
Alright. Cool. Let's get Dogai or whatever. We never introduced Dogai, but... This is of course the auto-scroller with the amazing looking horse animation. Shoot the crates and fuel cans, you can shoot the logs. That's new! That little cut-in in the bottom right was not in the demo. That's cool. I'm pretty sure that wasn't in the demo. Oh, we got things here. You can shoot down. Or you can just dodge them. I don't think we get score here, so it doesn't matter. And you know, this like boss guy is literally just a normal enemy sprite. He's not unique, so... It's one of the issues with the small amount of enemy sprites that they've got in this game. It seems like getting hit by that thing took off like 0.1% of my health bar. There we go. Then the ammo flies past. The floating ammo. So just like I said in the demo, I think these auto-scroller scenes are terrible. They're terrible. They're real bad. There's no excitement. There's no nothing. It's got incredible art. Like the background is still awesome with the jungle and the horse is awesome. It's a waste of the art. We've seen the first 3 auto-scrollers when we played the second demo where they accidentally patched in the full version of the game, and then 2 hours after my stream they had to patch it again to be just the demo again, not the full game. We already saw the next 2 auto-scrollers, which is basically the same thing but with different vehicles. They're really bad. Like, there's nothing fun about the gameplay. There's nothing exciting about the gameplay. I think these things, you know, the next one's on the motorbike that we know about, and then there's the boat one. It's awesome visually. Like, they're all really distinct and awesome visually. But it's being used like garbage. Like, it's being used like garbage. It's not fun. It's a waste of the art assets. You could turn these into really awesome little mini games or little bits of variety where you're doing an auto scroller, like on the horse. Maybe you have to, like, you know, you can't have a jump button because they haven't gotten jump animation, but, you know, if they just have like a fast-paced sort of Battletoad style dodging things, and then, you know, maybe you fight the plane or whatever, you know, that's fine. But the way that they've done it as like the end, the climax to these stages, and they're these really just uneventful scenes, is just not good. It's not a good use of the art at all, and they're just kind of not, like, they're just wastes. These scenes are a waste. So, you know, the way that they've clinically developed this game, where it's like, oh, well, the design documents got this, we have to do this, this is level 1, this is level 2, like everything is very just planned in the most generic, basic way, and they've never like extensively play tested the game and like tried to iterate on it in any way. You know, they would it seems like it's way out of their spec, because this is a project that was scoped to be a certain size as clinically as possible, and that's literally just the main problem that's coming through in this game ever since the demo, is that they're not going to change it. They're not going to change the auto scrollers. The auto scrollers are like freaking made and designed, and they're not going to iterate on it. All they're going to do is probably fix little bugs.
Where have you taken him?
I don't know, but you'll never find him. Your treasure is to be divided up between the 4 leaders of the Sing Brotherhood. It will fund our global empire. The Sing will rule the world.
Madman, I will uncover your global empire and bring it crumbling to the ground.
If they do iterate on the auto scrollers and they do actually support this game even a couple of months down the line, that would be amazing. But I just don't see that amount of effort happening, considering they still haven't fixed the most basic UI issues in like the main menu and stuff. What's up, Retro OG-san? Bought Phantom Tentacle instead. Maybe it's a better game. I don't know. Like, you might have made a good choice there. I don't know. Okay, so this is the part of the narrative that's like really awesome and really exciting to me from like a visual standpoint. Something that's like a real, like, makes this game have like, it uses the art even better. Instead of just more jungle stages and stuff, we have this globe-trotting atmosphere now, which is awesome. Yeah, look at this. To India. That's so awesome.
Going somewhere?
We're not looking for trouble. We request a meeting with your master.
You're just bound trouble, stranger. The master does not take kindly to unwanted visitors.
Much busier cutscene panels here compared to the previous one. But I guess we were just walking and we're being assailed. So this is where the Phantom has his like disguise on as well. He's still got the purple skin tight shit underneath his disguise, which is hilarious. That's freaking awesome. And yeah, and he takes the trench coat off, which is an awesome detail. So this is, you know, we already played this in the broken demo that had the full game. This is actually really impressive. Like, instead of the game getting blander, the game actually seems to get way more interesting with like the environments and the visuals and shit. So this India stage I remember just being so impressed with. It's so cool. Yeah, I mean, do 3 knees and then throw? So we've got this rooftop stage now. We had the trench coat being thrown off. We've got dudes climbing on the walls. We've got the rain. And we got the new exotic location of India now. Like, it's just awesome. It's awesome. All these details, like the chickens and those other birds in the background, like a real step up in terms of just environmental details going on here. These birds, does that move? The pigeon doesn't. Oh, the pigeon does move. And we got the rat as well. Yeah, the sign in the background that says India is pretty funny. Yeah, we've got these little moments, even though they look kind of ghetto. Like, the little moments of sliding and stuff break up the level as well. It's pretty awesome.
Phantom is beautiful to behold.
The action is starting to get a lot more satisfying as well because the quantity of enemies on the screen. I hope hard mode has more enemies on the screen, but I can't imagine they've really edited hard mode that much yet because of how underbaked the game is. Oh, treasure, chat. Yeah, 3 times. It looks like 3 is the limit for picking up treasure. Oh! Oh, they went flying off the edge! Damn, using your super on them, they go flying off the edge. Pigeon.
I'm gonna end you.
Let's not die here. I think I'm noticing something. Hold on. Oh no, okay, never mind. I thought that grapple moves were not giving me super meter, but thankfully they are.
Phantom has the strength of his young tigers.
The kick is so weird. Man, the kick is like messed up, eh? It's so messed up. Health.
Phantom's cold fury chills even tigers.
Yeah, and these guys survived the super. Like, the main punch combo feels really good, but this kick is just weird as fuck. You can OTG dudes with the knee? What if just this shitty kick is like the broken thing and you don't want to use the fun punch combo? I don't know what's going on with this kick. Clump him.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
The throw actually does a surprising amount of damage. Does like a huge chunk. But that charge move as well, which I haven't been using. Just seems like garbage. It's like the back fist. It's just these shitty moves that you never really want to use.
Strikes. Lightning stands still.
All right, no secret items behind here or anything. Right up here. This is the cool little. Yeah. A little bit ghetto with the animation, but you know, another moment. The stage is just filled with little moments like that that break it up. And these guys climbing the wall is awesome. Oh yeah. There's meat here, dude. There's like meat to this combat satisfaction for sure. Now that we can actually do it instead of just doing this on everyone. Good. Gotta get the triple score pickup on every score pickup. Wait a second, I should try to do that on well, it wouldn't matter on health. It wouldn't matter on health because the health pickups are 100% anyway. But use the it's not particularly good, it seems, the little Hagar lariat thing.
Rough on Roughnecks.
Alright, and now the stage is probably just gonna end. Yep. That's one of the biggest problems since the demo as well. The stage is just ending without, you know, if they don't have the art for boss sprites and shit, they could at least... I mean, you gotta remember, the very first stage, the jungle had a unique, like boss health bar at the bottom for the fat guy. It had a boss health bar. We haven't got that since, we only got the auto-scroller. So I feel that at the very least, they could at least just have a palette swap fat guy and have a new, like, boss health bar at the bottom, if you're not going to have, like, a new sprite, because they don't have, like, more art budget. But the stage is just ending like that is very lackluster. Regardless of the lackluster ending, the stage itself is, like, awesome. Like, it's real step up, like, in sort of excitement and sort of visual craziness going on compared to the quaint start with the jungle. I think the start is good. You got to start in the jungle, but the India stage now just like a good ramping up.
They won't get far.
I must warn my master.
Very good. Yeah, in the second demo, this is the stage that really impressed me with the background art, and also it's just like very different from the previous stages because the belt is so wide. Like, look at how wide the belt is. Like, you can just go up and down a huge amount. Like certain Capcom beat-em-ups like Warriors of Fate, Tenchi Okorao 2. Suddenly just got a bigger belt. But the thing I like the most about this stage is all the characters in the background look freaking awesome. I guess this is the first time you're really just seeing humans in the field, apart from the guy that was in the Skull Cave. And just the art style is so awesome that it's kind of sick. Along, of course, with just the exotic globe-trotting sort of narrative of this is just very visually appealing to me. I don't know how easy the game's going to be, but we'll see. It just seems like you don't get one-ups at all from score or anything. We've got 221,000 points now. So yeah, all these guys in the background, like animated and stuff, it all looks so good. There's no other beat 'em up really that looks quite like this. Three pickups, Snake Charmer. Three's treasures. Motorbike guy's new enemy. We've also got the dog, which I keep forgetting about. The dog, essentially, you get 3 per stage and they just kill an enemy. It's pretty underbaked element, but visually it's kind of cool, I guess. Gotta remember to actually use the dogs. Dun, dun. We're talking about Greek rap in chat?
Roughnecks.
Phantom sure is rough on Roughnecks. Boom. I wonder what kind of infinites he can do like this. Looks like 3 punches could be an infinite.
You better be quick.
All these guys in the background look awesome.
Strikes. Lightning stands still.
Whoa! Almost got me. Maybe you can infinite with the... Oh yeah, the bloody cart. It's pretty awesome. Can you just infinite with knees? You can, but it's so weak, it just take forever. It's just boring. It looks like infinites are probably pretty easy though. It's not like there's bosses, so it doesn't really matter. Apparently we can pick this up again. There's the hidden necklace in the background. That's kind of weird, because all the other treasures that I'd already found, I didn't think were appearing in the game. Like, they don't appear again once you pick them up. But we had picked up that necklace. So the whole vault treasure collecting thing, I think, has a lot of inconsistencies in it. In my opinion, you know, obviously the vault needs a lot of work, not in terms of having more items, but in terms of making it so you can't just see every item before you've even got it. But I think that the vault items should always appear in the playthrough. I want to say that they didn't all appear because there should have been like 4 items before that necklace, and I think that's the first item we found. So some of them are not respawning or something, but they should always spawn. And they should just be like big score bonuses or something, but you know, who knows what's going on with the vault at the moment, really. I'll have another look once we finish the game. Like, there's no option to reset the vault to like get the treasures again. It's just, it's really awkward. Like, I don't know what's going on with the vault at the moment. Yeah, man, all the background characters look so good. Look at this. Elf.
Chills even tiger's blood.
So I'm using the special uppercut move, which is up and attack a little bit here. It still like comes out accidentally all the time, just like the back fist used to come out when you press down in attack. But it's a lot rarer because there's some timing involved in doing this. So it's not as much of an issue. There's the bloody juggle. The juggle. Weapons. I don't care about the weapon. Look at all the market sellers. The freaking art is awesome, dude. There's this little spot in the bottom left, this gigantic vertical belt here. Oh, could have picked that up more.
Phantom's cold fury chills even tiger's blood.
Alright, he's dead. Certain OTG hits need a sound effect. There needs to be like a tsh. Like when you slide dudes on the floor, there's no sound effect. Let me see. Yeah, there needs to be the doosh. Like, they don't have a sound effect when you OTG them with the slide. his hand when he does the jump kick, his like little hand punching, pretty funny. Yeah, slide into uppercut's pretty good. It's definitely the safest way to fight enemies if there's a group. Just slide an uppercut. But I also want to not use too much uppercut because I want to use the super, and you need the full super meter for it. But the uppercut only uses one block of the super. It's like barely anything. Oh, come on! Okay, I was stuck there for a while. It's fine, it's fine. The Phantom has recovered. By the way, chat, I bought this for 30 Australian dollars. This game does not have a 10% launch discount. I don't know why, I've never seen that before. It doesn't have a 10% launch discount. Tane, what's going on? As expected, Tane, the game is just like shockingly underbaked, unfinished. It's basically like an alpha. Like the game's basically in alpha state. And that's only in like the last 5 days where they fixed the infinite OTGs, because the original demo that was released was even rougher shape. But you know, that's just been the case with this game. They're rushing at the last minute to try to fix basic things, but really this game feels like it needs like another 6 months in development. But it borderline feels like the devs spent like almost a year not even working on this game. It's not true, but it feels that way because of the whole Lady Death thing, where they did the Lady Death Kickstarter and everything. Because if you look at old, like literally like 1 year old, 1.5 year old trailers of this game, it looks so similar in certain ways. It's like, it's almost like they had so much time to just keep fixing all these things, but the development was just moving at a glacial pace, like just glacial development pace. And it's only in like the last 2 weeks since the demo came out that they've actually been seemingly fixing stuff at a slightly faster rate, but still pretty slow. Like, it's just, they're trying to do too much too late. That's the problem. They're trying to do too much too late, and the game is unbelievably underbaked. Having said that, you know, I still think it's fun, and I really like the style of it. There's nothing flashy for the mainstream person, but, you know, I'm harder on this game because I'm so invested in this game. Because I'm so much more into what this game's trying to do compared to all the other beat-em-ups that have come out, with the exception of like Vengeance Hunters. Like, this is the game where like it's more exciting to me than freaking G.I. Joe and Karate Kid and bloody freaking Power Rangers and all that shit. But this is also about as unfinished as G.I. Joe was. But like, this is, G.I. Joe is trash compared to, like, this is a million times better than G.I. Joe. This actually has character. It's actually got stage design that's interesting. It's got visual variety that's interesting. G.I. Joe has nothing. It's got nothing at all.
Lightning stance.
Like, this India market stage alone is just more interesting than the entirety of G.I. Joe put together. And you know, the globe-trotting narrative here where we're going to keep adventuring and going to different countries is awesome. Can destroy these. They drop anything? We just get score. 1, 2, 3. You can pick up treasure 3 times as a bug. It's the most recently found bug. Look at this guy with the cards. The fact that they're all animated, or so many of them are animated, is just so out of control. It's like very rich visual narrative to move through here. You can't slide kick the chicken, no.
Phantom's cold fury chills even tighter.
We've got 49 marked kills now. I don't want to lose a life. I want to see if we can get a first time 1cc on normal difficulty here. Well, those guys, that's the boss. So yeah, another just like the previous India stage. These two India stages are so awesome visually that kind of a huge step up from the first set of jungle stages and stuff. But the way that the stages just end, no boss fight, no nothing really of interest. I mean, we got the little guy going by on the bike, but it's very lackluster, the fact that, you know, this game is really hurting for not having boss fights. It's really hurting, and the only boss fights you really get, for the most part, apart from that guy that was in the jungle who just turns into a normal enemy anyway, of course, is, not that I'm against that. I think, you know, if they've got really limited sprites, reusing boss sprites as normal enemies would have been good. But the fact is they've got no unique extra boss character here in the India stage. You've got the new India enemies, there's the biker dudes and the dudes with swords, but apart from that, like, it's really lacking for just having a boss encounter at the end of the scene. Instead, we just get this auto-scroller scene, which they're very bad. The auto-scroller scenes are very bad, but at least they look cool. NK, hello? I don't know, I don't care about achievements.
Find a man who cannot die. There, follow, and we shall test your immortality.
I can see our ride.
Alright, cool. There's like, man, there's like something that I want to say here when I'm thinking back to when Jiggy was playing the demo. But I don't know, like... On Jiggy's computer, Jiggy basically the only other person who cares about this game that's a streamer. Jiggy doesn't have the same kind of sliding walk animation not working as I do and a bunch of other people do, with the normal mutton chops enemy moving towards you that just slides without his walking animation. Jiggy doesn't have that, but Jiggy has, like, I want to say, different timing on his cutscenes, where, like, the voice clips of the cutscenes are almost playing over each other, whereas my cutscenes are, like, actually timed properly to a degree. I want to say that that's a thing that's actually happening. Like, I think there's some kind of serious timing issues related to the fundamental engine of this game that's causing a lot of these, like, animation glitches and shit and bad timings on the cutscenes and stuff. Like, I think that there's something weird going on. I've got, like, a new computer. This is, like, a new... Well, this is a 1.5-year-old computer or whatever. I don't know. It's really weird. They really got to fix that, but they probably won't because it's, like, out of their league. Like, if they haven't fixed a bunch of these other core issues, I don't know how realistic it is that they're going to fix some of this other stuff. Shoot the grenades and take out the enemy biker. Bikers.
It's about time you caught up, Phantom. Prepare to die.
These little scenes with the dialogues happening with the cut-ins are so awesome. I wish there was more of them. I wish there was shit like this in every level. Alright, so is this still gonna be weird? Like the whoa. Whoa. Okay, we've got... Dude, we got pausing glitches in the auto-scrollers. Alright, we got pausing glitches in the auto-scrollers, Debs. Debs! Take note, devs. What I wanted to say is it almost seems like the Y-axis or the Z-axis, whatever you want to call it for a beat-em-up, is weird with these scenes. Like, you know, you would think that where you're shooting is lined up on the X line, but I don't think that's the case. I think you can be like offline. Yeah, you see that? It's like the bullet is a hitbox that doesn't matter about the horizon, if you know what I mean. It's really fucked up. As I said, this just shouldn't be the gameplay to begin with. It's not a matter of fixing the gameplay, it's a matter of this shouldn't be the gameplay in the auto-scrollers to begin with. Like, just don't even have this aiming as a thing. Like, just simplify it and make it faster and funner. At the moment, these auto-scrollers are just bizarre nonsense. Alright. As if that didn't hit. Yeah, I just hit it completely offline. It's really weird and confusing. Again, these scenes are awesome visually, but the gameplay is bad. These could have been incredible, like, moments to break up the game, but instead they're just kind of a drag. At least in the current iteration. If I designed this in order to make the stages more exciting, like instead of having this template of like stage, auto-scroller, stage, auto-scroller, I would have it so that, you know, the motorbike chase happens in the middle of like the market or something, and then there's like another little market section where you're fighting dudes on foot again. Like, make it a bit more dynamic instead of just like this mobile game template. But then at the same point, you need to end the stage with a boss fight, and this is how they're doing bosses. Like, this is the boss. Just attacking me straight at the front. Okay. Okay, we still haven't lost a life. We're on track to 1cc maybe. Yeah, that's what I was saying in the demo. You could redesign it if you're really going to have this shooting mechanic and everything. You could redesign it so that you're always just shooting forward and you just mash the button with infinite ammo and you just shoot the boss directly instead of this hitting the grenades back or whatever. But, you know, at the same time, I think you could make fun, short, focused sections that are like Battletoads where you're dodging shit. Because the dodging shit in the jungle scene was really lackluster.
Another dead end. I will not fail you, my son. What's this? It looks like we have a train to catch.
Conan!
Art is awesome. Art is fucking awesome.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and you hear the lamentation of their women. That is good.
Samson.
Birdman, what is the best in life? A rude-ass PC98 porno game or a rude-ass 2025 beat-em-up that makes you go 55555
Samson.
55555555555555555.
Well, as anyone who's watched this stream long enough knows, or just knows from their own knowledge on the matter, PC98 porno game, as it's often said in jest, is a funny irony to a certain degree, because some of you guys know that PC98 porno games is quite literally, in some aspects, the height of Japanese game development effort. Like 1995 era PC98 games on the NEC computers is like the most aristocratic, artisanal Japanese games ever developed. Like the amount of effort with like art and music and like professionals working on all this shit is just out of control. It's out of control. Completely out of control. It's the same sort of tier as like the late era going into PS1 era, like freaking Squaresoft RPGs and shit. Like freaking, it's basically like the 2D equivalent of when like Squaresoft were making like Final Fantasy VIII in terms of like effort and like, you know, how artisanal the games were. But they're 2D, you know, like that PS1 and PS2 shit was not 2D pixel art. So that's what I have to say about Japanese porno games. So now we're going to Sweden. Going to Sweden. Look at this.
Now Sweden. The vile Sing pirates leave no corner of this globe uncorrupted.
Mark of the Sing. Alright, the Swedish train, chat. No, he's got the trench coat that he takes off, that's sick. The freaking glasses fall off! Little animation of the glasses coming off. That's so good. Alright. Yeah, this stage is awesome. Another really good scenic change of variety, atmospheric variety change. Blue, cold landscape, snowy mountains on top of a train. You know, going from jungle to India to this is awesome, visually. They should have done a Greece stage. The Greece stage is for a Golgo 13 game, I'm afraid. Phantom has to only visit the countries that he's popular in. Crap. Oh,
Is fearful.
Oh, the health! Health situation, though. Ah, oh, damn it. First life lost. The Swedish freaking axe enemies. 350,000 score. Oh, they can chuck the crap as well. Monkey hanging from something. Generic epic music. This music feels like it's just bought stock music or something. Don't know if there's actually a composer on the team. I doubt there is, but you can double check. Considering there's not even like a proper programmer on the team in terms of the main staff. At least that's how it looks from the credits that we've seen.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
Don't lose another life. Is that a trap? The run speed's incredibly fast in this game. Shockingly fast run speed. Whoa. Use the... Oh, I wanted to use the... Spin!
Phantom's cold fury chills even tigers.
Ooh. I'm still not using the freaking dog. Does the dog not give you score on it kills? Score is important. Yeah, the lariat is pretty funny. He's got the bloody Hagar lariat and also the max back kick from Streets of Rage 2. Don't lose any more health.
Phantom's cold fury.
Yeah.
Even tires me.
One little bit of health left. I can't lose 2 life on the bloody Sweden stage. Whoa. Hey! Oh, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. It's no health. I don't want to use the guns because the guns will make me accidentally get a kill and then we could get bad ending. Oh, he got in there. That's 2 lives here, man. 2 lives. Maximum fun only continues as long as I'm on 1 credit. So we can't die on the last life. Is that the transition? Yeah. I don't know how many kills gives the bad ending. I have no idea how it works. How is the game so far? It's essentially the same as the demo. A lot of the same problems, but they fixed the main thing of the OTGs being broken. The game is like extremely unfinished, underbaked, but the core combat is satisfying. The art style is awesome. The visual variety with the stages is one of the highlights, I reckon. But the game suffers a lot from not having boss sprites. Like, there's like no proper boss fights, at least so far. What are the marks? The marks are the amount of dudes that you kill with your super, like the punching super.
Stop. My patience is wearing thin. I have come for my son. All I want is information.
Shall we, darling?
If we must.
Good cutscene. Oh, this is this. Yeah. Pick up the treasure 3 times. So I think this is the last stage that I saw up to when we were playing the broken demo that had the full game in it. I don't know if getting a certain amount of marks really changes anything. I don't know why it's calculated. Honestly, it would be a lot better just using your super meter for this, like the special uppercut move. It's a lot safer, and you get a lot more mileage out of it. Still can't resist using that because it's kind of satisfying, but it uses your whole meter. There's a lot of treasure to pick up 3 times. Now I just keep using that, but we're not getting marks. I'm gonna keep doing that, see if they ever fix it in a patch. Picking up treasure multiple times. Something about the animation seems stiff. I'm fine with the animation, but the animation is definitely not up to the level of the actual art itself. The art itself is like... Oh shit, I couldn't do the super. The art itself was done by different artists as like the animation, I'm pretty sure. The animation is completely fine in my opinion, but it's obviously not at like any kind of expert level or anything. What's up, Antoine? In some ways it might be. Yo, that box was just in the air. I think that box was just in the air.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna kind of stop doing these like supers for the mark kills and just use my super meter on the uppercut instead. Yeah, it's definitely going longer amounts without giving me health now. Whoa, got stuck there. So the safest way to fight would just be to do this. Like run and uppercut. It's still satisfying to get those grabs though like that. That dudes have a lot of health. Why is it always just 3? Why is the bugged amount 3? Navjack with the freaking Greek lyrics to brand new Vents. Filimuli suelates. Number 1 trends, diamond blackest. No new friends, my beast the baddest. Brand new Benz, Filimuli suelates, Toyonio the Copares, Louis Vuitton Pizzamas que. Integrity, thank you for the 29 months. Right as we destroy the car. Thank you, Integrity. Look at the bench. Is every box floating now? Oh! The health was right there! Oh, the 1cc. I was just dumbfounded at the box being in the sky. It distracted me. Alright, does the score reset for using a continue? No, the score doesn't reset for using a continue. Does the score do anything in this game? The score is satisfying to get, but we've already got a problem, devs, if you're watching. You gotta make the score reset on continue. And then you gotta make there also be a high score chart, which I don't think is in the game. Like, the score's gotta reset on continue, otherwise what's the point of even having the score? I think they could definitely make the game have 1 or 2 extends. Extends as in extra lives. Maybe an extra life at 100,000 points and then another one at 300,000 points. You don't want there to be too many score extends because then a 1cc will be too easy. And the difficulty seems okay at the moment for normal. Yeah, the boss fights don't have any lives. Yeah, the boss fights are just really, you know, there's a lot of parts of this game that are extremely underbaked, let's just say that. It's basically like we're playing a freaking pre-alpha build. But, you know, the visuals with the backgrounds and the globe-trotting is sick as fuck, and the core beat-em-up action is quite satisfying, so the fundamentals are there. They just need to, you know... I would say just have the game in development for another 6 months. But, you know, it depends what you do in those 6 months. Even 1 month would be really amazing if you're doing lots of work on it. But I feel like there's been huge quantities of time where they weren't doing much on this game because they were focused on bloody Lady Death, which uses the same engine as this, by the way. And if this engine is kind of fundamentally broken at a core level and they don't know how to fix like these walking animation glitches and shit, that means Lady Death is going to have the same issues. But, you know, they got plenty of time to fix that, right? You know, all the tiny little UI presentational details in the main menu were driving me insane, because it's just insane for a game like this to have problems like that when even games with like one developer would never have problems like that. And I just keep wanting, you know, my whole thing is like, man, if I was at the company, I would just go in and fix all that shit in one day. Fix all the alignments in one day, all the inconsistent naming of shit in one day, all the wrong difficulty select being misaligned in the images. Like, just fix it all in one day. It's like they refuse to touch those assets because those are the finished assets that were finished like a year, like 1.5 years ago by some artist that's long gone from the team, and they just don't want to touch it anymore. It's like, well, that part's complete. Like, again, the clinical development of like the game, as if it's like, you know, the company made mobile games before this, and it's almost like they're treating this as still this commissioned, we were commissioned to develop the game for 12 hours, so we're definitely not going to develop the game for 12 hours and 1 minute. This kind of like clinical bloody development attitude is fucked, and that's why it's just got those bizarre, like, unfinished issues plaguing it all over the place. Oh, look how many enemies are on screen. Oh, that was freaking mega satisfying. Let's not lose another life. Ooh, absorbed a hit there. the double triple pickup. Health? How did I lose so much health at the start? Oh, that baseball bat feels pretty satisfying, dude. That's pretty good. Thank you, monkey. You would fix it in one day. I've heard that before. Yes. In terms of the issues that I said could be fixed in one day, yes, they could easily be fixed in one day. That is a definitive yes. I'm not talking about, like, however they've programmed this bloody refresh rate with the sliding bugs and stuff. I'm talking about all the inconsistencies in the menus and all the menu issues. All the graphical little things like that that could just be easily edited to be fixed. You could do all that in one night. I already talked about all those at the beginning of the stream. I won't bother talking about them now. The game was fundamentally broken in terms of combat, and the fix for that was really easy. And thankfully, the developers did do exactly how I said to redesign the combat to fix the broken OTG shit. I said you should only be able to hit them once on the floor and that's it. And then they did that and then fixed. Literally the entire combat engine was broken from that and now it's fixed. And that really was like a bloody 5-minute fix basically. That's, you know, 30 minutes. It would have been like 30 minutes max to fix that.
Phantom has the strength of 10 tigers.
Oh, those ranged guys. I think there was a health up here as well. Oh no, there wasn't. Okay. Never mind. Back to 2 lives. In terms of fixing those auto-scroller stages, the horse stage and the motorbike stage and shit to actually be good, that's not just a fix, that's like redesign, so that's not gonna happen. You could at least edit it to try to make it smoother and more exciting perhaps, but even editing those scenes is more work than fixing a lot of these other issues. This second Sweden stage just being this Bayside instead of the first section, well, it's definitely not as exciting as the first section. This is more just kind of like a filler beat 'em up stage, but it's okay, like it's fine. It's just not as good as the previous stage and both India stages. Having the car there is fine to explode, but I don't know why all these boxes are in the air. That's like a new bug where all boxes are in the air. Nice juggle.
Phantom's cold fury chills even tiger's blood.
Good juggle there. Boom, 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 boom. See, satisfying core fundamental beat 'em up action. You're running the wrong way, Phantom. The Phantom went the wrong way, realized he has to go to the right. And once again, despite the satisfying action and cool environmental art, the stages are just ending flat. They're just ending flat. They're just, you know. They needed to respec the budget to have a heavy. They needed to at least have a heavy character added in these tile sets for like India and Sweden and stuff, in addition to the normal enemy they've added. They add the India sword guy, they add the Swedish axe guy, but there needs to be a heavy. And the heavy needs to be like a boss that could then be reused as a normal enemy. They had to respec to have at least, you know, let's not say 5 extra heavy enemies, but let's say 3? Like 3 extra? And that would have been worth it for the budget, in my opinion. Like, the game is screaming for it. The game is screaming for it. These stages is like a cake without a cherry on top. Like, it's missing. The end of these stages is so flat. But, you know, instead of the normal boss fights or whatever, we have the auto-scrollers. And that leads us to the next auto-scroller, which we know is the boat.
Stop! Thief!
Pirates are at home on water. We must follow, quickly!
The mighty Phantom! I've heard so much.
This should cover the cost, my friend.
Now, this stage was utterly terrible when we were playing the broken demo that had the full game in it. And this is as far as I played. After I did this, I didn't play that broken demo anymore because I didn't want to spoil the rest of the game. But we do know that you travel to Australia after this, which is sick. This stage was really terrible in the demo. I don't know if they're gonna have fixed it much, but this was terrible in the demo, so let's see what's going on now. We've still got the up and down aiming. Shoot the sea mines and avoid water obstacles.
Quite
Yeah.
the persistent one. I like it.
So you just have to ignore the perspective again. Now that I know that the perspective is fake. Oh, it didn't work there. The perspective on the y-axis did work. It did. It only works down to up, not up to down? Is that what's going on? Like on the y-axis, it works if you're above, but if you're underneath, it counts as if it's a physical thing regardless of like perspective. What's going on here? Yeah, these bloody mines, it's very hard to see. Oh, this is so fucking shit, dude. Your hitbox is gigantic on these freaking trying to avoid these mines. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now I'm just remembering how shit this stage was. So we're probably, if we die in game over, we're gonna have to start from the beginning of the stage, by the way.
Good choice.
Slender's Pep, thank you for the 23 months. Visually, again, visually awesome. This could have been an awesome scene if it was just redesigned, but these auto-scroller scenes in this game are very bad, but this is the worst one by far. The horse one is the easiest and the quickest, so it's like, it's kind of the best just because of that, even though it really should be better than what it is. And then the motorbike stage is a little bit shitter. And now we've got this one, which is just the shittest by far. You're gonna have to test that yourself, MP83. I just want this stage to be over. It's so weird. Nice sound effect on picking up ammo. Dodging these is so weird because he had giant hitbox and it's like, it's just weird. Hopefully we don't die. Yeah, any second now. Oh my god, I was going to get the hell. That's the exact spot we were dying in the demo. So this is unchanged from the demo. This is unchanged from the demo. That's the exact spot of dying in the demo we died all those times as well, because the way it's designed with, or they always have like a wall of mines there, and you think that you're fitting through them, you think that you're weaving between them, but the hitbox is like different to what you think it is.
Stop! Thief!
Pirates are at home.
Okay, the music bug is fixed. In the demo, the music didn't return on continue. Just terrible. These scenes are a waste of awesome art. I get that they, like, you know, because of the fact that they don't have enough art assets to have proper bosses in the beat 'em up section, they're trying to make up for bosses by having this shit. But this shit's just designed in a way for all these auto-scrollers where it's just very not fun. And they're not exciting. They're just kind of... It's frustrating. It's frustrating because the art is so awesome. Like, these could have been really sick little auto-scrollers to have in between the beat-em-up stages. So I still don't know what's going on with the hitbox when we're dodging these mines here. Like, I didn't get hit before because I keep going down instead of up. I honestly don't know what the hitbox is on them. Because being a little bit above them... You know what it is? I guess it's probably the white water bit underneath the boat probably is counting as a hitbox. That's probably what it is, right? I didn't even see what hit... Yeah, dude, that's counting as a hitbox, just the white bit underneath the boat. And the boat is so slow that it's just very hard to kind of get around them. It's all glitched. You see there, they had the little marks saying that there was going to be a mine going to the left, but nothing spawned. So it's all like glitched out as well. The perspective. This perspective, though. How did I get hit? Oh my god! Like, you don't have enough time to get out of the way because the boat is so slow.
Stop! Thief!
Pirates are at home on water.
I'm gonna have such a fun time watching Jiggy's VOD of this. Jiggy played through this like 10 hours ago or something. I'm gonna have the funnest time going back to the Jiggy VOD and seeing what he thought of this section.
Quite the persistent one. I like it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep dodging downwards because dodging upwards is just so fucked for this shit. Maybe I can even just stay at the bottom? I don't know what's going on because it keeps putting warning things on the far right, but nothing's spawning most of the time. Okay, dodge down. What if I just stay at the bottom of the screen? Is the bottom of the screen like a safe spot? The bottom of the screen's probably a safe spot. We just stay there. Okay, this is the redesign. If I took control of this damn project, redesign. No aiming up, no aiming down, only aiming forwards, infinite ammo. When you press the button, you shoot. You're not shooting grenades back at her. You're just shooting her. And when you shoot her, it's like Contra where the whole thing flashes like you're fighting a boss. And the boat moves fast up and down. And there's some mines that you're dodging that are like you can easily dodge because you're moving up and down faster. And so you're like dodging mines, and then she appears on screen and you go and you shoot her, and then she goes forward again, and then there's a bunch of mines to dodge just like it's Battletoads. Like you're dodging some fast mines with Battletoads and you can actually react and dodge them. And then she comes back and you're like and you shoot, and then and it explodes. Done. It's like a 30-second, 1-minute scene. Instead, they've got this aiming up and down thing, which is completely at odds with the fact that you've got an X-axis and a Y-axis. So, like, perspective is so bizarre. I didn't go to the bottom. There's a whole bunch of warning signs that don't mean anything. We are gonna get that health that's at the top of the screen eventually. I kind of want that, but there's a huge hitbox at the top. Alright, I think the health is coming up now. Oh my god, I thought that the health was coming up. I just had to stay at the bottom instead.
Stop! Thief!
Pirates are at home on water. We must follow, quickly.
The mighty Phantom. I've heard so much.
This should...
Boat sound? Boat sound? What? It is Arthur Frame. Been following this game intently.
I like it.
I don't remember having the boat sound before. Alright, stay at the bottom. There's a boat sound now. Oh, it's like looping now. Nice looping boat sound. The only reason for this stage to be this bad is the fact that, you know, they developed this game, as Jiggy says, they developed this game to spec. It's like they commissioned the programmer to make the thing that was planned on paper, and they made it, and then they didn't iterate. There's like no iteration in this game. They just put the product, and it's like the finished product, and they never tested it or iterated or anything. Like, this game is just like that in every sense. Bardic is playing this as well right now. That's good. Oh, is that actually aimed at me? They're actually aimed? Like I keep saying, it's frustrating to me because this is one of the most appealing beat-em-ups to me of recent times, but it's just also the most underbaked and unfinished in many ways. Got it. Didn't get the health that time. Stage clear.
You saved my life. You did not have to. Master Dogai has your son, but you won't find him here. I will give you his next destination. Any more at home like you?
Is anyone following the storyline? Is anyone following the storyline, chat? Anyone following the story? Yeah. Following the story? Stage 4, Australia, mate. Australia, mate.
I hope we're not too late.
He's a survivor. You trained him well.
Nice cutscene. This is cool where it like zooms to the side.
Oi!
Oi! Okay. I need to take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom. Toll Plan, thank you for the 100 bits. I need to take a quick break and go to the bathroom. Oi! I firstly want to... Oh, new treasure collected. Check. I didn't even know what I collected. Did I get a new treasure? I didn't think I got a new treasure. I already had the necklace. The whole treasure thing is broken. The vault thing is broken. I didn't even get a new treasure. But, you know, maybe it just counted. The other thing was gotten in the demo. Whatever. I want to check to see how bugged the slots are. Sweden boat chase is still there, and then the other one's a jungle instead of new game. So you see, it's broken. Like these things are broken. These should say new game, boat chase. But when we go back into the game, it's probably gonna reset these to saying jungle again. All 3 slots use one single. It doesn't matter how they've done it. It's just broken. They gotta fix it. There's so many things that are broken like that, but they're just like, you know, those are the little presentational interface elements I'm gonna exit the game and go back in to see if it works properly. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom, chat. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom and I will be back, chat. Alright, I'm back, guys. Let's continue the adventure. The adventure continues. Alright. Let's do some more buttons up. Maybe we need less buttons for this. Hopefully the audio is not going to be super duper loud. Alright, we're good. Now, yeah, look, it's just jungle again. Just saying jungle again. I didn't even press anything yet, and just going back into the game has put these to say jungle instead of new game. So I'm kind of worried about it saying boat chase.
Stop!
Pirates are home. We must.
Yeah, we gotta do it again. It didn't autosave because the autosaving is busted. Timer. Well, it's to be expected. We're finding bugs. We're gonna help the developer find all the bugs, chat, and they're definitely gonna fix all the bugs, right? We're gonna help them fix all the bugs. In this boat scene, the boat is also constantly moving to the left, making the dodging up and down even more weird and tricky, but it's the least of the problems with this scene. Just shoot it out of her hand. Does anyone think this is the best level in the game? We got the NK art. Alright. Alright, we're going to Australia, mate. You're going to Sydney.
I hope we're not too late.
He's a survivor. You trained him well.
I'm going to Sydney, mate. Oi! Okay, we've got a new enemy for Australia now, of course. Those street punks. This is new content for me now. This is new. So just like the India stage, we've got more characters in the background, which I like to see because the art is so awesome. Look at these guys. Can we get a big clump of enemies together?
It's fierce. fearful to behold.
The satisfying clumpage. Pick up the treasure 3 times for maximum score. Oh yeah, you can pick that up multiple times as well. Okay, 3 punches seems like a good infinite to do to clump enemies for the super. Three punches in blocks. Oi! Another one of the Sweden cars. There's a guy in this one. He just wants to get bashed. I think it's worthwhile to be keeping these dudes locked down like that. Maybe ending with the kick. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta just do 4 hits. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. Maybe that's my go-to for keeping dudes locked down now.
Hey,
Whoa!
mister, I saw them creeps running to the sports hall.
Alright, we had another NPC with stage narrative. That's what I like to see.
Strikes. Lightning stands still.
And the satisfying clumpage. It's so weird, you can't punch again until quite a while after their hit stun has been active. Just doesn't let you press buttons. Alright, skull item. I think that was a treasure. They're not really hidden, they're just kind of there. Oh, do we go backwards in the sports hall now? Yeah. Oh, yeah!
Roughnecks.
The most satisfying part about the game. This generic epic music. Yeah, you can't punch them in front of them when they're in the hit stun. So this has kind of changed again. Like now, instead of doing the slide into the uppercut that uses 1 block of super, now I just keep them in hit stun until I do the super. White circle at the end of some of my attacks. There's like a lot of like artifacts in the art frames and stuff that have been noticed in this game. There's a lot of issues. This ties into like the menu being all messed up with stuff being offset and like not lined up properly and shit. The game's got lots of presentational issues like that. Sydney Boxing Club, mate. Yeah, the hat on one of these enemies I remember was glitched out. Still satisfying combat. Now that we're into doing infinite
Lucky,
loops.
stranger. He's waiting for you.
See, this is the most we've had in a single level, 2 characters. Again, the level just ends without a proper fight or anything, but like it's cool little narrative moments like that that make the stages stand out. Spider-Man, hello. Spider-Man.
Good day, my purple friend. Master Dogai mentioned you might be popping in. Your boy is gone. Handsome chap. Defeat me in the ring, and I'll volunteer their final destination.
What's the verdict, Persian?
I've grown tired of asking anyway.
The verdict so far is that the game is still awesome and appealing to me in the ways that it always was, but it's completely sort of unfinished and underbaked, but the core gameplay is still satisfying. Is this going to be the second boss? Maybe the only unique boss sprite? Man, I love all these little cut-ins with the dialogue. I wish that there was more of that in the earlier stages. Big Baz Barry. Got Big Baz here, Mark. The super move doesn't do damage to the boss.
Now that is delightful.
He got health back from having tea? It's cool! Like, this encounter is awesome. Him having the tea and everything is sick. Of course, you can't defeat the infinite stun. Oh, I guess he just always does that at the end to summon enemies. That's why the super didn't do damage. Okay, that's good at least. That makes the fight corner a little bit more.
Phantom's cold fury chills even Tiger's blood.
So this is the first unique boss in the game that's not the auto-scroller shit. The only other boss fight in the game in the beat-em-up mode was the guy in the very first stage who just became a normal enemy afterwards. But, you know, at least they got this. At least this is one unique boss.
Shall we get this done, though, chum?
Alright, he's not taking damage. Does he have to be fatal? Is there something Is there something I'm missing? Is there some special... Oh no, okay, we're finally fighting this guy at the back.
Phantom's cold fury chills even Tiger's blood.
Let's see what you have, chap.
Alright, there's no more dudes on the side. Alright, he's dead. Alright, well that's a million times better than the auto-scroller shit boss fights. A million times better than at least those shit auto-scrollers, which were just a waste of awesome art. But...
Well fought, my purple friend.
Enough talk. My patience is exhausted.
Dogai and the boy are in New York City. Hurry, my friend. Dogai plans to sell the young chap to slavers with the help of the Mafia.
Alright, so it looks like we're not actually going to have an auto-scroller here. I think I remember seeing this in like the initial demo where you could see the arcade mode, all the stages laid out. So no auto-scroller for Australia. It's probably the most interesting stage so far. India's probably the coolest looking stage so far. Sweden was only cool for the ice area. The jungle at the beginning was okay.
We don't know where Kid is yet.
So obviously,
caution is over, Diana. Everyone here is going to pay until we are united with our son.
So this is like the final stage now. We're going to New York, which is the home of the Phantom, the comic Lee Falk, at least I think. It's only apt. Oh, we're not in the streets, we're just in a museum? Oh shit, they got guns!
Strikes, lightning stands still. Even tiger's blood.
Alright, cool. Is that a big bone? Why did it just drop from the sky? Anyway, cool area, cool new enemies. Any secrets I've missed? Oh, that's one of the treasures again.
Ghost freak!
Phantom is fearful to behold. Strikes, lightning stands still.
I'm kind of getting satisfaction from doing the infinite. Satisfying to clump them and then do the super at least. Destroy all these things, we've got to find more treasures. Excalibur! All the vault items are just normally in the path, there's no secret related to them. Like, you think that the vault items would be some kind of like special destructible object that's hidden in the background or something, but it's just literally in a box just right in the normal way. Oh, I'm getting low on health.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
Fighting these guys in this museum makes me feel like I'm playing The Shadow or something. The unreleased Shadow beat 'em up on Super Nintendo. Okay, there goes one life. The beat of the Infinite is the Terminator 2 theme. Do 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 do. Thank you, monkey friend. Oh, look at this guy. We're gonna have another NPC we talk to. I'm happy that the Australia stage and this stage seems to be having more of that shit. Another jewel? Okay, we've just got 3 of like the 7 collectible jewels, vault items in this stage, just in these boxes.
Stranger,
Those goons have fled to the main entrance.
Alright, we just go backwards again. I think the volume of the music just changed.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
Epic music. Chat, epic music here. Oh, you can make that fall down. Cool. And get a big bone. Can't OTG with weapons anymore, which is good. Shouldn't have done that. Oh, they've got a slide. Random slide and gun, by far the hardest normal enemy.
Phantom's cold fury chills even tigers.
Okay. Ugh. Oh, getting stuck into position bug again. If I can get these two dudes lined up, there's just infinite both of them.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
Alright. It's probably the most enemies we've had to fight in one scene so far. Health. What is going on here? Is this just dynamite there?
I do for you, Jim.
I said give me the brandy!
Give me the brandy, liquid flood.
And now it's time for some tongue twisters. Chant, follow along. A proper pot of coffee in a proper coffee pot. A proper pot of coffee in a proper coffee pot. A proper prop of Balfi in a barfy pot. Of being born to risky Wally Kilmer. A confer conference in a cleany area alpha. A proper belt of truth in a operacion. A poppy piscopo in a giga Riker dick. A proper hocus pocus in a copper bespoke. A proper pot of coffee in a copper coffee 555555555.
And a level. Level was cool, level was fine, but always feels flat without having a proper ending. Liquid Flood, thank you for the 250 bits. Very artisanal.
He's toast. No man or ghost could survive that kind of blast. Incompetent
Oh, that's the
fools.
dynamite.
Dogai is waiting at the docks.
Dogai is still a thing? Is it only 2 stages for this then? Is this gonna be the last? This is gonna be the last boss. This is the last boss.
Let's fill this purple wise guy full of lead.
This is probably gonna be the last boss. Alright, same deal as the other ones. Oh, a different guy we're shooting here. the whole perspective thing with shooting, but the y-axis is different, is the fundamental issue with why these scenes are absolute nonsense. But even apart from that, it's like, it's just... It's so formulaic. Every time you get to one of these auto-scrolls, it's just shooting something back at a thing. It's just this template. It's a waste of pretty sick art. It's just a bland template. Game design. That's probably the end of the game, chat. That's probably the end of the game. Maybe.
Darling, no! Please! Darling, this is not your legacy. This is what Dogai wants.
He's a monster. A monster that must be stopped at any cost.
Okay, maybe they finally have a change of template where it's not the end after the auto-scroller. We get like another beat-em-up stage. Oh, that looks awesome. Oh shit, this is the first time we've seen his sprite.
Father!
Just a boss fight? Dogai Sing. It's so weird then, we got the two unique bosses at the end of the game, and then the rest of the game just has nothing. It's kind of weird. I'm happy there's two unique bosses. I'm very happy that it doesn't end on the auto-scroller, holy shit. I've got other things preoccupying me, shoot it. Okay, so he's locked. There's some. He wants to summon enemies. So if I wanted to, yeah, I let him out of the hit stun there. Oh wait, you can still do it again. So this is another, you know, not that it's like near the top of list of priorities for this game, but it's another score issue. Like you could just farm infinite score like this, because this is giving me score. The art, the background art is so awesome in this game. Through the whole game. Bomb. Nice sprite priorities there. Pretty good sprite priorities. Oh shit, blew up the entire barrel thing. It's cool.
It's cold fury chills even.
More enemies? Oh shit, okay, it's different. I want to use the super on him. These guys are like the most dangerous guys because of that.
Strikes. Lightning stands still. the strength of 10.
He's got another phase. Look at how good the background is.
It ends here.
Yeah, the sprite priority. Oh no. So the sprite priority was correct when he was doing his animation for it ends here, but then it's back to being in front of the Phantom.
It ends here.
Could that be the last phase? There's more? Oh, it's just this again. What is with this game and really slow sections of throwing little bombs at you that go real slow? Like, what the fuck? It looks cool, like him, look, all the art is so good. Death.
Strikes. Lightning stands still.
Yep. Is he... Okay, I think it might be time for him to die now.
Every phantom is fearful to behold.
You'll never stop me.
There's still another guy on the screen. What the fuck? This other guy is just watching. He's just sliding in and out of the screen. He's just our good buddy now. Oh, his walking animation fixed. Walking animation is just when they feel like it in this game.
It ends here.
Father, no!
Son, he must pay.
Father,
It is not the way.
You're right, kid. Let's go.
Phantom, it's not over.
You're right, let's go home. The fuck?
The jungle drums.
Shall we, my love?
B replay, A continue. What the fuck does that mean? What does the replay button do? Why is there a replay button? Alright guys, how many programmers worked on the game again? How many programmers? Ash Nichols and Billy Deacon, art director, narrative director, storyboards, head of development, level design, combat design, lead artist, character design, backgrounds, lead animator, lead colorist, background illustration, supporting team, game development. There's 4 programmers, 3 programmers game development that are supporting team. There's no main programmer. Yeah, the QA testing is just like a joke. Like, there's nothing implemented for the... Like, the testing has just been me and other people that played it on the demo, basically. Alright, chat, that's the Phantom! That's the Phantom!
For those who came in late, 400...
That was the Phantom! Arcade mode unlocked. Vault. Did we get all the items? We got all the items in the vault. Got all the items in the vault that you can look at even when you don't have them. Good. Arcade? Let's see what arcade mode is. Diana, let's go, Diana. So, just like it was in the first broken demo, because the first broken demo you could select arcade mode, and then the second broken demo was where you could play the whole game. It's literally a stage select. Like, the fucking arcade mode is a stage select. That's what the arcade mode is. Okay, did they fix her animation on this? Oh, did they fix her animation? Oh man, Diana is so bad. Diana is so bad. No, they didn't fix her animation? They might have increased the range of Diana, because Diana's just like a totally fucked character. Yeah, her animation still is in the wrong order. The animation frames are in the wrong order, and it's been like that since the second trailer 1.5 years ago. That was in the trailer from 1.5 years ago. And her animation is still in the wrong order. Also made Jiggy go insane. So what exactly is going on with the development of this game when it was in development for like 3 years? And all the art was done in like year 1 pretty much, apart from animation stuff, I feel. What is going on? What is going on with this game? In interviews, this Ash Nichols guy that's heading the project seemed enthusiastic about Phantom, but the execution of the product reeks so much of just commission project developed in work hours with no enthusiasm whatsoever to actually fix any lingering issues, even though they've been pointed out for years at this point. It makes no sense. This is like a $20 US game, $25 US dollars. And like the art is worth that easily in terms of like the art quality, but the actual execution of the game itself is completely underbaked. I feel these developers with their mobile game background were so used to just delivering really stock standard to the point, to the design document, soulless licensed product on mobile, and this game was supposed to be art of play stepping up beyond that level, beyond the mobile like licensed product level. And the art is, and it certainly has like aspirations, but the execution, the implementation, the developers seemingly have still cheaped out in terms of programming, in terms of implementation programming. Obviously the game has other issues with like lack of boss sprites and shit, but let's ignore that because they clearly had one bulk thing of like the art commission being done, all the sprites, and they could never change it from that point on. But the implementation, it's like it's implemented by people that didn't give a shit. Like none of the programmers, there's no programmer that had their eyes on this game from beginning to end. It's all soulless implementation done as cheaply as possible and as brokenly as possible so that the dude could get out of work and not do anything. The score is continuing from the story mode. Yeah, the score is broken. The score is probably only going to fix itself when you start a new game. No high score chart, no one-ups from score, so it's all point. Like, if I start getting into like the change log, I could go through a quick change log of what the devs need to do, and someone can link the devs the clip of me just going through all the basics. But, you know, they're not going to bother doing all that because now the product is done, and now they're going to move on to next product, which is Lady Death. They said they're still going to patch this, but I don't know how much they're going to patch it. Lady Death is being made under the same idea, the same mentality. The same mentality of like, we have outlined product. We have designed product to a spec. We're going to hire a bunch of student intern programmers to deliver product to spec, and then the game is going to be completed and we're going to move on to the next product. That's not how you make games like this. You have to make games like this by getting everything done, play testing it, seeing what works and what doesn't work, and then iterating. That is what game development is. These games are made like they're the most stock standard product licensed thing to deliver for client possible. Client has told us to make SpongeBob SquarePants game. We're going to deliver spec of blueprint as outlined, and none of the programmers actually give a shit. They just want to go home and watch porno. That's the design mentality of this. And that's not how you make a game like this. That's not how you make a game like this. The French dudes that were programming Streets of Rage 4, you know that they were sitting there, like, just obsessing over details and playing it and then fixing stuff and then playing it again and then fixing stuff and then playing it again. That's not how this game's been made. Now, the budget of this game is, of course, lower, but it's still, like, a lot of the issues are so fixable. The fact that the combat was so broken a week before release and had to be patched to fix infinite OTGs and stuff, and now we've still got, you know, infinite punch loops. Like, all those bosses were a joke because I just infinite loop them. I don't think that's the biggest problem. Like, if I was working on this game as a last-minute desperation programmer, it seems like they've got, like, one new part-time programmer that's doing desperation shit at the last second in the last 2 weeks or something. I don't know, I'm just guessing. It's trying to fix the stuff so late in development when they're not even playtesting it and then iterating. And that's why the game is still going to be like a lifeless husk at the end of the day. Now, having said all that, you know, I still like this. I still had fun playing through it. I love the art. The core combat has satisfaction to it. I'm just utterly baffled by the incompetency with how a lot of this is put together. And like I keep saying, the only explanation is that there's literally student work experience uni guys working on it, like uni students being the programmers or some shit. Or they're like outsourcing the programming, and the programming's done by people that don't have their eyes on the whole project and are just fixing what they're told to fix, regardless of whether it's actually good or whether it's fucking up something else or anything. Like, it's the implementation is done by people that don't give a shit, it seems. It's been like that since the beginning. Maybe there's one dude now that's caring, but you know, you saw it in the staff role. The staff role has 3 assistant engineers or whatever in the supporting, and that's the programmers or some shit. It's been a joke since the beginning, with like releasing a trailer that has the wrong animation sequence, which is still like that. It hasn't changed. Her animation sequence is still wrong. But, you know, no one's playing Diana. Look, she gets back up on her feet, and then she goes back down into this frame, which is supposed to be like 2 frames or 3 frames earlier, and then suddenly she's on her feet again. And it's been like that since 1.5 years ago! It's been like that since 1.5 years ago! When one of their components of game product to be delivered to client is completed, they're not touching it anymore. Game completed. We've done the components that were outlined in the freaking design document that was written by Ash Nichols. No iteration, no nothing. And then you end up with something like this. This is way better than G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe was a catastrophe of shit, and I prefer the combat and the look of this 1,000,000 times over compared to Power Rangers and Karate Kid. So I'm invested in this game, I'm invested in this company. Because they're making what I want in terms of beat 'em ups. They're making this type of combat with satisfying shit, proper, like, you know, realistic character art, proportions and shit. I am fully into what they're doing, and this game looks incredible most of the time. It's just kind of frustrating that the one game that has the most spirit behind it, the most like potential in terms of what it's trying to do, also has the most terrible company philosophy, because this company is used to making licensed mobile games, and that is clearly shown here. So the production line of how this company is making games might be fine for the mobile shit, but it's not fine for this. Basically what this is boiling down to is that they're not going to have legs doing this type of thing. They're going to have to go back to bloody mobile shit for various clients if they maintain this trend, because this is not going to have a positive Steam review score. So going forward, where they're trying to make Lady Death and stuff, and Lady Death uses the same engine, they're trying to get mileage out of this engine, and the engine is shit. Like, the engine is terribly programmed. They're not going to have legs going forward. They're going to be able to do it at the start. Like, they funded Lady Death based on Lady Death pinup collectors. But going forward, if this game has like negative Steam reviews, you know, people are going to lose faith in this company, and the sales are just going to dry up, and they're going to be forced to take on other work. That's why Phantom had to be strong to be the basis of their products going forward if they're not going to be doing mobile games anymore. But you can't just release product to spec licensed game and think it's good enough. Like, this is going to be seen as a joke to so many people, not to me, because the spirit of what the game's trying to do is so good, and the core gameplay is still satisfying to me, and I just love the atmosphere and the look of it. But to the average beat 'em up player, they're probably going to give this a negative Steam review. I'm not going to give it a negative Steam review. I'm also not going to give it a positive Steam review. But I'm not going to give it a negative Steam review. I'm just not going to give it a review. The game is in a state of limbo. It's not even close to its main potential. But now that, like, the time has ended for them to develop the game, and they're the type of company that they are, I can't really see them supporting this with patches for more than a couple of weeks. Because they have to move on to next product to keep company afloat. And that's Lady Death. And I'm gonna buy Lady Death regardless. Like, I'll buy any beat 'em up this company makes. But... And I want them to keep being able to do it. I want them to do that. Even if the shit is still this jank, it's still better than not getting the game at all, because this is something that I like to have. But the quality standard and the execution is so fucked up, it's baffling. Like, it's so baffling. Little bouncy shit there. What do you mean arcade mode? What the fuck is this arcade mode? This isn't arcade mode, this is just level select. Like, I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a shit about that. Did they not see what arcade mode was in Streets of Rage 4? Streets of Rage 4 did arcade mode the best, where it was just the whole game, but you only had 1 credit to do it for max satisfaction. This is just a level select. It's pointless. So I don't give a shit about that at all. Do I even bother making a list of like little details that need to be fixed? Or do I not give a shit? I don't know what Outlast is. Maybe Outlast isn't even in the game yet, who knows? Maybe you gotta finish arcade mode even though it's a level select. Even if I make a list of these basic stuff to fix, this company doesn't seem possible to fix them. Doesn't seem able to fix them or not willing to fix them. Because in their eyes, it seems like, well, we've already done that graphic. Like, that's already the image, it's completed. We can't edit it. That's the product that's already done. That's the mentality that these guys seem to have because the stuff still hasn't been fixed. But if I was to create a list of the basic cosmetic shit, you know, the basic cosmetic shit is first the vault. The vault has to be so that you can only see items that you've collected. Instead, you can always look at all the items even when you haven't collected them. So the vault is kind of busted. It's just absurd. So the vault has to be fixed, but that's a bigger fix. That's like a little bit higher effort. You could still probably do it in 1 day, but like it's higher effort than this other shit that I'm about to say. Options. All right. Controls. They've got an error here where it says dash attack, charge attack, charge attack, charge attack. It should be dash attack, dash attack for both the runs, and then 2 charge attacks for the other charges. So they haven't even listed the moves properly. That's a cosmetic change. This is probably 1 image. They just need to edit the image so that it says the right thing. Notice where it says spin attack for right trigger. In combat tips where they've got another static image, it says power attack and power attack instead of spin attack, power attack. So they've messed up this as well. Another cosmetic inconsistency. When there's this many inconsistencies, it's very messy. It's not professional. I don't give a shit if most people don't even notice it. It's not professional, it's messy, and it's confusing to the people that do notice or to the people that are trying to make sense of the move list. So that's another cosmetic thing. Story, of course, we've got the broken settings here. The broken bloody, you know, delete, it should say new game, but whenever you start a new game, the other save slots default to saying jungle instead of default to saying new game until they're used. So the save slots are broken cosmetically, visually. They should say new game until you start a new game on them. You don't replace all of them with jungle whenever you play the game or whatever. It's another messy inconsistency. This is cosmetic issue, of course, that needs to be fixed. Easy is in a different pixel position for each selection because they're all static images. And hard also goes to the right a few pixels when you select it. So messy, unprofessional cosmetic things cumulatively piling up, just like the cumulative small details that make Heat, starring Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, an amazing movie. Hard mode. This character select screen's awesome.
You are outmatched. There is nothing you can do to defeat me, Diana.
You know, I learned from the best. The jungle drums.
Trouble in the deep woods.
Now, I'm just going to point out all those cosmetic issues, because all those cosmetic issues that I just listed are stuff that you could fix in 1 afternoon. And then suddenly all those cosmetic issues ironed out, and you can focus on actually focusing on the stuff that matters. But that stuff does matter because that's the core presentation that makes it look like an unprofessional product. It's like laughable. The walking animation is busted on a fundamental level because it runs differently on like different computers, and people seem to think that it's tied to refresh rate. That needs to be fixed, but they don't know how to fix it. That's like a critical thing. Half the people that play this game, they have sliding walk animations. They don't know how to fix it. It's a fundamental thing. Fingers crossed they can fix it in a couple of weeks, but the fact that they're launching this game when possibly the majority of players are getting this issue with just sliding walk animations is not allowed. Like it can't be like that. It just cannot be like that. That is a walking animation in a beat 'em up. So that is the biggest thing that needs to be fixed, but it's also a hard thing to fix. It's not trivial like the other cosmetic things I'd listed. So let's see if we can once you see this on hard mode. Picking up treasure 3 times because they haven't capped out the pickup while the graphic of the item is still disappearing. You can mash pick up items until they disappear. So that needs to be fixed so you can only pick up one item and then it deletes. That's another trivial thing to fix. That's not a hard thing to fix. That's trivial. In terms of like the combat system and stuff, you can't redesign it at this point. It's fine for what it is. It can't be changed. Forget it. They fixed the main thing, which was the OTG infinite loop. Yeah, you can like pick up those multiple times as well. I don't know if this difficulty is going to be much different, but we'll see. This is the hard difficulty. At its core, this is still a fun game. I don't mind the infinite loop. Like, the infinite loop can be fun in its own way, so it's not like a critical combat issue like the infinite OTGs was. So, like, the looping, you know, hit stun combos is not a problem that needs to be addressed. They need to focus on the other shit. Oh. Is it better just to do the 3 hits instead of all of them? Also, there's supposedly a bad ending, but I can't be bothered getting it because I literally don't want to use the guns because the guns are freaking shit.
Every phantom is fearful to behold.
Alright. I love the graphics. Best thing about this game is the graphics and the atmosphere of going through these different exotic locations. I think it might be better just to do the 3 hits instead of the kick, because the kick is like too slow. I don't know. They changed the guns a little bit so that now you can get an extra hit before they fall down. Like you see they stand there for a second before they fall down, you can get an extra hit. I still can't be bothered using them though. Can anyone see any differences in hard mode? Are there more enemies? I don't think there's more enemies. I wouldn't be surprised if hard mode has 0 changes at the moment, it's just fake. But maybe there's like some added damage or something. No, I don't shoot it because I don't want to play the game using the guns. It's very not fun. more combat satisfying. Another thing in terms of easy stuff to be fixed, easy cosmetic stuff, they need to make it so that the score resets on continue to make it so that a 1cc score matters and is satisfying. They should also make score do something. If they're not gonna have... I mean, they need a high score screen just to make score mean something a little bit more. I'm not saying there should be online leaderboards or anything, but just put up a little mock easy high score screen. But more importantly than that, to actually make the score somewhat functional or interesting to the average player, make it so that you get 1-ups when you get 100,000 points, and then you get like a second 1-up when you get 300,000 points, and then maybe a final 1-up at like 700,000 points. It needs to do something like that, and then score would be more satisfying. And that's easy to do. It's easy. This is more easy stuff, just like the cosmetic fixes. This is all stuff that I could do in one afternoon. Just give me the fucking source code and I'll fucking just do it in one afternoon. I'll fix all the fucking cosmetic issues, all the inconsistencies with the moveset being listed differently, the fucking images that are misaligned, just fix those in 2 seconds in a bloody image program. And then fucking fix the number of the score thing so that your score bloody resets on continue. Just, it's all one afternoon. It's all one afternoon. But you know that the way that they're making this game is like they're hiring some student intern, and it's like we got the student intern for 2 hours and they try to tell him what to do, but the intern doesn't give a shit and he's just bludgers. Like, it's frustrating all the issues this game has that are so simple. But in terms of the sliding walk animation thing, that's like a core engine problem that they need to figure out. And the fact that that's a thing at all is insane. Like I said, this feels like a pre-alpha. This game is so underbaked, they've been fixing critical issues a week before release instead of fixing critical issues months before release and then iterating after playtesting. The game has had none of that. They're fixing issues, updating the demo, and then getting feedback from people like me. That's basically it. This guy just never dies, and the enemies keep coming until you kill the main guy. Boom, boom.
Rough on roughnecks.
So that guy there, that's the only boss fight until basically near the end of the game when you fight the Australia boss. That's the only boss health bar in a beat 'em up segment until the end. Why didn't I ask to playtest it lol? Their QA didn't want to. Why would I waste my time doing that when you just figure that they've got it done? Like, why would I need to do that? Like, this basic shit. I'm doing it for free now when the game's out, or with the demo, because I'm just playing the game like a normal person and just seeing these obvious issues. But I don't want to work for the company and get paid 5 cents to do this shit. Although, I would only need to come in for like 1 2-hour session. You know, it's just 1 2-hour session is still worth more than their entire like 2 years of fucking playtesting this game. I'm sure they weren't playtesting it. They were too busy with the Lady Death Kickstarter probably. This is the same shit that me and Jiggy and everyone else was saying from the first demo, pretty much. Socrates, thank you for the 52 months. But nonetheless, it's still it still looks awesome and is sort of fun on a fundamental level, so I'm still having fun at this game. The only reason I'm breaking this game down so much more than other shit that I didn't care about as much, like G.I. Joe, is because I actually care about this game. And it's freaking Australian developers from Melbourne, and original Melbourne developers are who made bloody Jim Lee's Wildcats on the Super Nintendo, which is one of my favorite Super Nintendo beat-em-ups. So they gotta get in line. I wanna, you know, I'm invested in the company. They're making cool shit. It's just laughable, the execution of it. Like, they need to get their programming shit on. They need to They need to hire one full-time programmer who has his eyes on the project from beginning to end. Because apparently the game director, Ash Nichols and shit, aren't doing that. They're too busy trying to get other licenses for other games down the line or some shit. So because I actually care, I'm gonna be more emphatic with my criticism. But make no mistake about it, this game is 2 trillion quadrillion times better than fucking G.I. Joe, The Wrath of Cobra, and this is also way more fun than the extremely polished Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Reader's Rewind. Extremely polished, but very boring game. This is more fun than that. Oh, only 2 instead of 3 pickups there. It's like, you know, you get... Then again, this is related to what has been said already, but, it's like basic shit, like, we'll make it so that the score resets on death. On game over, I mean. Make it so the score resets on game over. Add in a high score screen. You know, basic shit like that. Even though it's so basic, you just know that the developers are like, whoa, we're gonna have to respec. Now we're gonna have to respec and draw up a draft of like the high score screen, and then we're gonna have to hire another supporting developer to work for a 6-hour block to implement the thing into the product. Like, that's the clinical approach. Like I've been saying, the clinical game development approach of these guys. You just know that that's the process they probably think they have to go through, when that's not what game development is like. Game development has to be renegade, and the shit's renegade even in like AAA games. It's more renegade in AAA games, where like lone developers have to take shit into their own hands to make shit work or to fix shit. Like, that's common shit. But this game is devoid of all that. This game is just like, nah, I already was hired to work on this game for 700 minutes. I'm not going to work for that 701st minute because that's out of my spec. You're going to have to draw up a new diagram and shit. Like, it's just... You know, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but that's the mentality that seems to be swarming over this whole project. And it's like, fuck that. Just go renegade and fix all the shit at your house at night, outside of game dev hours. Just fucking go and fix the shit. That's the only way you can have a good game. They needed to fix the shit and then testing it. Again, it all comes down to the fact that there was no iteration. There was no iteration. You're never going to have a good beat 'em up that's properly finessed in all the aspects like bloody Streets of Rage 4 unless you have all the shit developed like a year, or for a smaller project like this, let's say at least 3 months or 2 months before release, and then full playthrough, iterate. Full playthrough, what's fucked up? Okay, all this stuff's fucked up, fix this, edit these numbers, edit this so that it's more balanced and more smooth. Another full playthrough. And then, you know, the whole last chunk of development is iteration and like playtesting and stuff. This game has had none of that. They only fixed the broken shit like 5 days ago. 5 days ago, they fixed core combat shit. So obviously, the game is not designed around the new mechanics now. It's just designed to see how it ends up after changing what they were told to change. And so you end up with these boss fights at the end where you can just get them in infinite hit stun and it's just a joke. But like I said, the infinite hit stun thing is not even the main issue at this point. There's other issues that are more important, like the sliding walk animation. Anyway, let's continue to try to 1cc this on hard mode. Because I legitimately have fun playing this game. Legitimate fun playing it. It's very sort of chunky and satisfying, these like hits. and getting them in this hit stun and doing shit like this. It's very basic, but it's very fun. Alright. One QA guy, yeah, it's just... I don't know. I feel like the developers, the core dudes that were behind this project, they set it up in a good way to have all this amazing art and shit, but then their attention was more on other licenses and future projects rather than cleaning and iterating on this first product, this first beat 'em up that they're making. I have it on good authority to a certain degree, maybe through a completely mysterious unnamed source that is a ghost. Maybe I've even seen screenshots of unreleased ideas and concepts that this company has for other licenses that are astonishingly fucking hype. And that's why I'm so pissed. Because I want the future of this company to be good so they can execute that promise of what I've seen. But this game is probably going to get negative Steam reviews, and that's why I'm annoyed. Because I want that to be realized, and it can't be realized if this game is going to be trashed by people. Not by me. I still think this is fun. It's just fucked up and basically an alpha build. That's why I can't give this a good review, but I also can't give it a bad review on Steam. But if there's like a downwards trend of this game being ridiculed because of these, you know, little details I'm talking about, because it's so badly programmed, then that doesn't bode well for the future sales and shit, the long-term sales going into their next product and everything. Even though Lady Death did have a successful Kickstarter. I said, give me the brandy! Oh, you can give this a shit review if you want. It's just me that doesn't want it.
What would you change about the combat? And were you a fan of the Pulp Hero the fandom before playing this?
I'm not a big reader of the Phantom, but I think that the character and the atmosphere and everything is unbelievably sick. It's one of the coolest American superheroes ever made, who just never got popularity as much in America as other countries. This is one of the sickest, like, the Phantom is cooler than the Rocketeer, the Phantom is cooler than the Shadow. The Phantom is cooler than, what's some other ones? I've already forgotten other ones that we're talking about recently. I think it's a sick character and everything. Thank you, Salvage Bar. Right. Boom. Gotta pick up the three treasure items. The Rocketeer, that's a superhero? Yes! A pulp action hero. I'm not really seeing a difference in hard mode, but nonetheless, it's fun to just try to once you see this.
It's the thing. They have Kate. We must hurry.
Again, I love these little narrative moments and cut-ins in the stages, and I really like how the last two stages have more of that. But I would have preferred to have even more. Have even more of it. And yeah, this combo infinite, even though they might fix it after seeing this, I actually think it's fine. Like, it's pretty fun to... Like, I really like how there's a lot of hit stun in this game. A lot of hit stun means that you open up bosses to be infinited. The bosses in this game, the last two bosses, have to be fixed. Well, they don't have to be fixed because that's a harder fix. That's more development compared to the other shit that needs to be fixed. But... to fix the infinite hit stun, the bosses turning the boss fights into a joke, they just have to make it so that the bosses, they get out of being infinite hit stunned and punish you for doing it and shit like that. But again, that's proper extra development time and not as trivial as a lot of the other fixes. Rocketeers Not Pop was created in the 80s? Yeah, but it's based entirely on that shit, right? Like, the whole point of the Rocketeer is that it's like trying to be an homage to that shit. Like the Shadow and stuff. But I'm no expert on these licenses. I've just seen the shitty 90s movies of all of these. The Phantom getting the most unpopular of all the 90s hero movies like that. Dick Tracy was another one, actually. Dick Tracy. Batman, Dick Tracy, The Rocketeer, The Shadow, and then The Phantom, all in the 90s. The Phantom came way too late, though. Ooh. Man, the long range guys that who I have to watch out for. Watch out! Don't want to lose a life. That guy's stuck in hit stun. Oh, that move is a lifesaver. I guess maybe they do more damage on hard mode. This seems harder in some way. For sure. Because I wasn't having as much of an issue here last time. Alright. Alright, we didn't lose a life. Good. 1cc continues. Oh god, we got this still! This is still in the game. This was in the demo as well. There's like a chance of a transition not working. They haven't fixed it. I feel like there's like a 20%, 30% chance of this happening in stage 2 from the demo play. God. Alright, let's just, we're probably still gonna be in the cave, aren't we? Probably still gonna be in the cave. Skull Cave. And you see the Bengala jungle on the other save files again. I'm restarting the whole thing and I'm gonna reset the timer. I'm gonna reset the timer and just go for the big satisfying hard mode 1cc now. Because most of the time there I was just talking anyway. I was mostly just talking.
You are outmatched. There is nothing.
Get him! You're not going anywhere!
I want to actually watch all the cutscenes as well. I want the full time for all the cutscenes with it. You see, they're all reset already. Start timer. Hard mode. We're not going to use Diana, we're using the Phantom. Diana is really awkward and shitty to use.
You are outmatched. There is nothing you can do to defeat me, Diana.
You know, I learned from the best. The jungle drums.
Trouble in the deep woods.
Good.
Get the pump.
There was definitely... Oh, wait, hold on a second, hold on a second. There's like inconsistencies with the cinematics. There was one cinematic specifically in the game where I had to hold down the Y button or the A button or whatever to go to the next cinematic, but all the other cinematics you just press it once. It's just inconsistent. Let me see if I can hold it though.
You are outmatched. There is nothing you can do to defeat me, Diana.
You know, I learned from the best. The jungle drums.
Trouble in the deep woods.
Alright.
Take it down.
Alright.
Let's dance.
3 coin. Oh, I guess the kick actually does like more damage. Does it? Yeah, I should be doing the kick as well in the doing the kick as well. In the combo loop. Okay, you can go up there. 3 pickups of treasure. Satisfaction. I haven't used any super. I want a bigger clump of enemies. Bloody enemies only spawning one at a time here. Let's just use it. What? Okay. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. Good bridge scene. The little grenade, the little bomb here is so silly. That's so funny, dude. Alright, the big clumpage. Guys, what do you reckon about infinite loops? I reckon they're pretty satisfying, chat. What the fuck? That was the gas container. Oh yeah, and of course I forgot to mention before when I did the list, the whole being able to buffer a run off everything, but it screws up the run like that is a kind of a big issue as well that should be fixed. I don't know if you know this, chat, but it probably should be fixed. I wanted to hit the big guy. Maybe enemies are more aggressive on hard mode? Maybe they're more aggressive on hard mode with like the jump attack and everything, I don't know. Was the boss's health bar gone but he still got up and I had to punch him more? Is that what happened there? Yeah, I got really close to dying there, so I better be careful.
I never want to see you in the deep woods again. The Skull Cave, under attack!
It was all a diversion!
The Skull Cave. Okay, hopefully this time it doesn't glitch out.
Not going anywhere.
I still don't know what the purpose is of keeping track of your marks at the top. I think this whole system with like kills and marks, pointless. Maybe a certain amount of marks give you a better ending or something, I don't know, but... I don't want to try to constantly be increasing a meter with the amount of supers that I use. I just want to use my super meter freely and not have any feedback, because then it might make people not want to use or be more creative with the super meter. Instead, they're always just saving for the main thing. The funnest thing to do with the super meter is that uppercut, more so than the actual super. But the super is really fun when there's a big clump of enemies. Man, the knife guys. Good. Our stock fire effects. Bah, bah, bah. All right, the hidden treasure behind there. What are we talking about in chat? Yeah, you have to get a clip of my ultimate. I don't know. There's a lot to say about this game, but I've gone over most of it. I want to try to focus on just actually playing it now, but basically, I really like the game, but it's totally underbaked and unfinished and feels like an alpha build or something. As expected from playing the demo. It's not like anything was going to miraculously fix after seeing the demo. What shape the demo was in so recently.
Is fearful to behold.
Oh shit. Be careful. What? Did cancelling into the back kick? What the fuck? Did cancelling into the back kick make it so I didn't get hit by the other thing? I don't know, there might be some tricky shit we could do here.
They have Kate. We must hurry.
I've only got 2 blocks of health and probably no extra drops. Oh, this is gonna be tough here. Maybe if I don't go all the way to scroll all the enemies on screen yet. If you only scroll a few enemies on screen at once, then it's a lot safer. Because there's like the strong men coming up now, right? One more hit and I'm dead on this life. Oh! Okay, I took one hit.
Strength of 10.
Oh shit. Can I do it? We've got like a half health on that section. Oh god, the glitch! Yeah, just canceling all that shit. God, what was that? He did like the back kick. Like a fucking back kick or some shit. I don't care, I'm gonna still go. We don't need that life anyway. We don't need that life. There's no one-ups. Is Dark Judgment better or worse than this? I don't know, what do you guys reckon? Is Dark Judgment better than this? What do you guys reckon? 2-button DOS. The 2-button DOS beat 'em up. Dun, 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 dun. Does it just not work on hard mode? Is hard mode like freaking destroyed? Because I'm running? It's automatic, like it's running. It does the run automatically when you kill the last enemies. You mean like running when it does the trigger to be the next stage or what? Because the run just happens. You are sprinting and it cancels into the run. I mean, sprinting and run, there's no different thing. It's only one animation. Like running during... Oh, for fuck's sake, it's just so fucking annoying. This has been in the demo since the beginning. Oh my god. All right, what do I want to do? Do I even want to do this? Do I even want to play through this on hard? Yeah, I sort of do. I sort of do though. Just start again. I want it to just be a clean run. I want to do it from the start to make sure that the bug is not like from that. I've already done more playtesting and bug finding than probably the devs did in 3 years of time though.
I learned from the best.
3 years of dev time, but
trouble in the deep woods.
all right, I'm gonna keep it on hard mode. Is anyone bored of this game yet? I'm not bored of it. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you, chat. I'm into it. I'm into it. It's not boring. What do you reckon this game's gonna settle on in terms of rough sales, judging by Steam reviews specifically for the PC version? Do you reckon this is ever gonna hit like 30 Steam reviews? Do you reckon it's gonna hit like 50 Steam reviews? It's already got more sales than Karate Kid. Like, Karate Kid was literally like 2 sales and one of them was me on release. Karate Kid had about 6 Steam reviews for like months and months. No one bought Karate Kid at all. So if anything, this game is more known than Karate Kid. Do we get score for this?
Phantom's cold fury chills even Tiger's blood.
I'm pretty sure G.I. Joe got like 100 Steam reviews or something, right? That's obviously like the G.I. Joe license, but it's still, you know, it's hilarious how weak those products were. Beat 'em up products, we're calling them now. For like the G.I. Joe license to just have a game that has like 100 Steam reviews is so poor. And then Karate Kid having like 10, 20 was like shittier. The most well-known and professional of all those releases last year for the licensed shit was Power Rangers. But then Power Rangers got destroyed critically. He just watches the fire. Hopefully this is the last time we have to play this intro stage. Still kind of just takes a while to kill these guys, doesn't it? Samurai Pizza Cats. Samurai Pizza Cats looks very sort of polished and like professional, just like Power Rangers Reader's Rewind. The only thing that's going to limit Pizza Cats is the fact that it's like way more niche than any of those other licenses. Way more niche than G.I. Joe, way more niche than Karate Kid, way more niche than Power Rangers. But it does seem like it's got higher budget project behind it. I think it's the same devs that made Jitsu Squad? You don't take damage when you slide the ground canister thing.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
Oh. Chat, we're playing the Phantom. The full game is out. This is a Phantom. I'm into it. Why did that jump kick set you on fire? Don't ask any questions, Dana, about the Phantom.
Under attack.
It was all a diversion.
Don't ask any questions about the Phantom, Dana.
Let's dance.
Let's dance without my walking animation. So chat, what do you think about Heat starring Robert De Niro and Al Pacino? It's a pretty good movie, right? It's all about the cumulative details that add up. You know, like the cumulative details adding up in The Phantom beat 'em up that just came out.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
One of my favorite things about Heat is the visual atmosphere of it, with like the houses that they're like in and shit, with the very 90s interior design that's even referenced in the movie. It's such a 90s looking movie, and 90s looking action movies is kind of the coolest era. Like, I think it's cooler than 80s. 80s is cool for like fantasy and shit, but when it comes to like hard-boiled gun action Hollywood, I think the 90s is kind of the coolest. Biggest Jake, thank you for the gift sub to Heat Rules. It does. Like that kind of movies like, you know, Cliffhanger and bloody, you know, Heat and shit, all, you know, just action movies. It's just like, it probably was at sort of the peak in the 90s to a certain degree. Die Hard was like 89, but then all the sequels is all like 90s territory and shit. Did anyone watch Street Kings from like 2005 or something? That was a pretty good like mid-2000s action movie. Keanu Reeves. Of course, Speed, 1994 or whatever, Keanu Reeves, 90s action movie. Speed is one of those 90s action movies that looks very typical. Like, you know, when you think of 90s action movies, you think of Heat, you think of Speed. The 90s aesthetic is not as nostalgic or as infused into pop culture as 80s is. Like, everything's always 80s, including 80s music and shit. The 90s is kind of didn't have as much of an impact pop culture wise as the 80s. In terms of like recurring pop culture that's lingering today. Like, the lingering pop culture is still this 80s shit today, generally. But the 90s action movies specifically, Demolition Man, you know, that's probably the best, one of the best things about the 90s in terms of pop culture, is like action movies specifically. And, you know, by action movies, you know, Heat and Casino and shit like that, you know, it's like very drama. They're more like drama, but, you know, it's still just action, drama, whatever. It's the same shit. I put it in the same category as like Cliffhanger. Even though Cliffhanger is, you know, it's not as sort of cerebral as Heat or like freaking Casino or whatever.
The strength of 10 tigers.
Dick Tracy. I wasn't the biggest fan of Dick Tracy, the movie, but visually it's kind of sick. Yeah, The Matrix is kind of the maxed out, like the 90s were closed out pop culture movie wise by The Matrix. Matrix was like just the maximum evolution.
It's the thing.
Must be action. I think that
we must hurry.
General Western Hollywood movie genres is kind of an absurd. They're absurd to me. Ever since I was a kid, I've always thought the genre names were absurd. Why is action a genre movie and then sci-fi is its own genre? What's the genre? Oh, it's sci-fi. It's like, what? That's a theme. That's a theme. It's not a genre. I mean, you could say it's a genre, but then, you know, you have to say it's like an action sci-fi, or there needs like another word to describe. Like, and horror? Horror apparently is not action, even though there's more action in horror movies than other shit. A lot of like, it's very strange. It's very strange. Yeah, I like when there's multiple words. Sci-fi, horror, thriller is awesome. That's an awesome genre name. That sounds awesome. But it's like, you know, Braveheart came out. What genre is Braveheart? People aren't saying that Braveheart is medieval. What genre is Braveheart? Oh, it's a medieval movie. But that's what people say about sci-fi. Like, sci-fi is a genre name that's talked about like that. But when Braveheart comes out, it's like, oh, it's a period drama. It's not medieval, because that would sound silly, but it sounds just as silly saying, oh, it's sci-fi. It's pretty funny. It's medieval. Braveheart is fucking awesome, by the way. Better pay attention to not dying in this. I'm down to shit health again, fuck. Damn it. Whoa. I do like that there's enemies that serve different functions, like long-range dudes and shit. You have to be careful of them.
I said give me the brandy!
Oh.
Chat.
Liquid Flood.
What's your favorite Billy Zane role? Was it Elrich in Blood Rain? Himself in Zoolander 2? Him stealing a kid to get on a boat in Titanic? A recording industry executive in the music video The Dope Show by Marilyn Mason? Ansem in Kingdom Hearts? Or whatever the hell this Phantom movie shit is. Cheer 250.
I like wasn't he in Dracula? Was he? No, not no, that was fucking. Wait, what? No, I'm getting confused with Rocketeer guy, right? I was running that time and it worked. I was running that time and it worked. I was running that time and it worked. It worked that time.
I have raided your cave, Ghost Who Walks. I came for your precious skull, but I found even greater treasure.
Doga, you snake. You can't escape from the Phantom.
There's nothing your father can do now, boy. Take off, you fools! What are you waiting for?
I'm trying, Master. The load is too heavy.
Alright, who's ready for this? Do I necessarily want to do another full playthrough of this to... Or do I just want to, like, wait for a patch? They said they're still gonna patch this, right? It feels pointless playing this when it's so unfinished and they're gonna patch it more. Like, I think I should just wait and then stream this again and do the 1cc with the patch. It's pointless to play this without the patch. Full play analysis, I know, right? Battle Hamster. They said they're gonna still patch this a little bit. I don't know how much, but it's still something. How about wait and not stream the game again? I'm invested in the Phantom though. Yeah, this is a hard mode 1cc, but I just remembered how long the game takes. Like, I think it's fun doing this, but...
What can I do for you, Jim?
I said give me the brandy!
But... These scenes are so silly.
Type in chat how many total burb streams will feature this game in the year of our Lord 2025.
4 leaders of the Sing Brotherhood. It will fund our global empire. The Sing will rule the world.
Madman, I will uncover your global empire and bring it crumbling to the ground.
Yeah, what is Outlast? Do we have to, like, how do we get Outlast? Maybe you get Outlast by finishing it on hard mode, or... I don't know.
Going somewhere?
We're not looking for trouble. We request a meeting with your master.
I don't know, Chad. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really want it, like... I want to play this game more, but I want to play it when it's got a couple extra patches that could just clean some shit up. But, you know, I don't really expect much to happen, right? But I do want to do hard mode 1cc. I like this game enough to where I want to just play through it and get a 1cc. Vault. Yeah, the vault items are definitely not appearing anymore. Like, the vault items are not appearing in the game anymore. They're done. And you can't delete the vault progress. You can't delete vault progress. I don't know, chat. Maybe I just need a break. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Let me just go and take like a long walk. Oh my god, Phantom 2040 is so good. Phantom 2040 on Super Nintendo is such a masterpiece. I'm gonna go just have a little bit of a walk. Maybe they'll wait, let me check the game page on Steam. I want to see what it's currently doing in terms of reviews or whatever. 5 user reviews. I don't think it's going to be getting much more than that. I don't see people really buying this game, dude. It's like $20 US and it doesn't have the 10% off, and it's this much of like an alpha build. It's worth it for me. I enjoy, but play Wendigo Blue. The thing about Wendigo Blue is that like the character design and the art style does not appeal to me at all. It looks pretty polished, but it just does not appeal to me at all. I'll probably still play it though. It's had 8 reviews. It says 5 for me, but it's probably, you know, all over the place depending on settings and stuff. Let me just go for a second. I'll be back, chat. I'm just going to think about this and just have a quick break. Alright guys, another frickin' toll plan just sitting there doing unsanctioned polls constantly every time he thinks he's got a chance. Better not do too many of those, toll plan. What if your badge was to be removed? Alright guys. You've got a badge, MP83, it's just invisible. You guys want to see a hard mode 1cc of the Phantom? Chat? You guys want to see a hard mode 1cc of the Phantom? I'm gonna gate it. I'm gonna gate it behind a paywall. Full effort, 2-hour long Phantom hard mode 1cc gated behind a paywall. What's the price? I'll tell you what the price is, chat. One cent. Do we have enough people that care about this hard mode 1cc to pay 1 cent? 1 bit. 1 bit. Anyone want to see it?
Good choice.
Bean Curry, thank you for the 50. Retro Amiga wants to see it. Retro Amiga wants to slam evil. Giant Beard Entity wants to slam evil. Phenomenon way out. Retro Amiga getting more excited. That means that Retro Amiga cancelled it out because he overpaid. He paid 2 cents instead of 1 cent. Now it doesn't count as a vote. So it's only Giant Beard Entity that cares. I just had some food. For some reason, I'm getting hungrier earlier in these streams. I think I should be eating more earlier on in the day. My biology has changed. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Release patch. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. But I might just quickly grab just a few extra nuts. Just Just this.
To be a dragon, you gotta be strong. Humble, never bragging. Always fight for right, battling wrong with the power of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon. Fight for
Is it, Wait a second, chat. Biggest Jake gifted a sub to grab some nuts.
Never intentionally harm another.
Oh, you hear that?
You can avoid it. You, Billy Lee.
You hear that, guys?
Dragon Master, now.
Save files. Now, what if I was to do the 1cc while the Double Dragon intro was playing so you can't see anything? Is that an improvement? Do you actually want to see the game footage, chat? Or should I do the 1cc while Double Dragon's happening?
To be a dragon, you gotta be strong. Humble, never bragging. Always fight for right, battling wrong with the power of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon. Fight for right, the might of the dragon. With the mark of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon.
Never intentionally harm another. Do not battle if you can avoid it. You, Billy Lee, a Dragon Master, now.
Dragon Master was born with a mark of the double dragon. Live the code of the dragon. Fight for right, the might of the dragon. With the mark of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon. To be a dragon, you gotta be strong. Humble, never bragging. Always fight for right, battling wrong with the power of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon. Fight for right, the might of the dragon. With the mark of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon.
Never intentionally harm another. Do not battle if you can avoid it. You, Billy Lee, a Dragon Master, now.
Dragon Master was born with a mark of the double dragon. Live the code of the dragon. Fight for right, the might of the dragon. With the mark of the dragon. Live the code of the dragon.
Let's go, Backer. Thank you for the 100 bits. The name of the stream is Full Play and Analysis. That is going to extend into the high effort 1cc attempt of the release build. No continues, hopefully. Let's go. I had a little bit more food. I think I'm properly energized now. I was particularly hungry for some reason.
For those who came in.
But I think I can do this now. I think we can do it. What's up? Ash said hi. Backer, thank you again for the 100 bits. Let's do it. Everything's reset again. All right. Hard mode.
You are outmatched. There is nothing you can do to defeat me.
See if this is under 2 hours.
I learned from the best. The jungle drums.
Can we get under 2 hours? This is gonna get a lot harder past the first area though.
Take him down.
Past the jungles.
Let's dance.
He didn't let me pick up the treasure 3 times. Oh, whoa, what the heck happened there? What was that? Alright, let's settle into the grind here. We're going to be using the combo loop to keep enemies under control here. It does seem like either enemies do more damage or they're more aggressive on hard mode. Sometimes it's hard to grab them. It's like glitching around. What was eaten? Nuts and crackers. Nuts and crackers.
Strikes. Lightning stands still.
Satisfying super. This section is just... What do I have to say about the bridge section anymore? The mountain looks really good in the background. The waterfall. Little explosion on the bridge. You better get away from that, Phantom. You know, let's just spawn one enemy out at a time. We don't need more than that at a time. I'm really feeling the need to play Dark Judgment again, chat. Try to get the 1cc in Dark Judgment. Dark Judgment, though. Maybe after this 1cc attempt of hard mode, we play Dark Judgment again. Directly compare.
Strikes. Lightning stands still.
Nice triple pickup there. Alright, he's dead. Still having fun with this combat. Alright, first stage done.
Never want to see you in the
We'll fix this in one day. Some of these things you can't fix in one day, some of the issues with this. And this pre-alpha build Phantom, which is also the release version.
Ghost freak!
Can I not? Okay, it's invincible. The box has become invincible. It's too far to the left of the screen. Now maybe we can use the knee as the last hit instead of the kick. That's a better way of extending the infinite loop combo. Does it do as much damage though?
Lightning strikes. Lightning stands still.
I guess it doesn't have as much range. The range is kind of important. Thank you, monkey friend. There we go. Pay quasi-decent attention to this because of health. Whoa! Yeah, the kick is definitely still better. Just because the range.
Phantom's cold fury chills even Tiger's blood.
See, the meatiness of this hit stun is very satisfying.
They have Kate. We must hurry.
We're trying to finish the game without using continues on hard mode now, AMV. I've given excess detailed feedback on like everything wrong with the game and all the bugs and all the cosmetic presentational issues and how underbaked it is. All the issues with the game, as well as extensively talking about what I actually like about the game, because there is a lot I like. But now we're just knuckling down with this version that we've got here and just trying to 1cc it, extensively using the infinite combo. Extensive infinite combo use, which is pretty satisfying with the crazy hit stun. Oh, he got a combo off? What the heck was that? That was some bullshit there. He tried real hard. Oh my god, it always comes down to not having... He just ran right into me, oh my god. It always comes down to having very little health at the end of here on hard mode. Which is good. But we lost a life there. Honestly, I think the hardest stage is probably going to be the Sweden stage, really.
Phantom's cold fury chills even Tiger's blood.
Alright, it didn't glitch out. It didn't glitch out, that's a good thing.
I have raided your cave, Ghost Who Walks.
Nah, the boat will be easy. You just go to the bottom of the screen,
but
it's
I found
simple.
even greater treasure.
Doga, you snake. You can't escape from the Phantom.
There's nothing your father can do now, boy. Take off, you fools! What are you waiting for?
Can't believe I lost a life.
The load is too heavy.
Bloody life loss. Alright. So really, like, the longest stages are the first 3, and then Australia and New York are both, Australia and America are both short stages in comparison. Well, New York does have the auto-scroller as well. It's Australia that's the shortest stage. Here's the riveting auto-scroller stage with the amazing horse. You lose so little health. Shit, did I miss the thing and have to wait another whole loop? Come on. Okay. Alright, good. On to India we go.
Where have you taken him?
I don't know, but you'll never find him. Your treasure is to be divided up between the 4 leaders of the Sing Brotherhood. It will fund our global empire. The Sing will rule the world.
Madman, I will uncover your global empire and bring it crumbling to the ground.
I love this screen. The screen is so good.
We're not looking for trouble. We request a meeting with your master.
You just found trouble, stranger. The master does not take kindly to unwanted visitors.
I don't know why the last comic panel appears before the dude says his line at the end there. But whatever. I'll throw off those sunglasses, so good. And it's always reinvigorating in this game once you get to this globe-trotting part, and it's just so cool. Ah, oh, mega satisfaction clumpage. And I still cannot decide if I want to use supers or just use that. I don't know, maybe I don't really care about supers. Supers do seem shit compared to using this. There's no doubt about that. But if you get everyone clumped like that, you inevitably can sort of easily get a super, so it sort of evens out. And I might as well just use it. But it's really unsafe to do that because then you don't have access to super for using your clothesline and shit. Big health. Oh, it looks like on hard mode, health doesn't give you as much health. It doesn't give you full health. On normal, it was always full, I'm pretty sure. Is that one of the main differences? Uppercut is so good. Uppercut's so much better than using super. And then, like, that's your ultimate safety move, which you can't use if you use a super as well. Oh god, I thought I could iframe through it. Alright, let's continue on. Pick it up time. Well, you have to pick everything up ×3 pretty much. Shit, I should have used the clothesline. Oh man, she just got an instant wake up attack. Oh, the range on his sword, shit, the health. The health. Don't die. Well, run into position there, Phantom. Just run into position. Oh my god, I was fucking pressing the button and it just doesn't work. You've got to be freaking kidding me. What is going on with that? You can't press it more than once in a row. That's what's going on with the freaking desperation move. You have to wait like 10 seconds and then it does it again. The health was right there. Why can't you just keep using the desperation in a row? Maybe we should at least just play out the hard mode even if I die, just to see if it unlocks Outlast mode. I've only got 1 life left and you don't get 1-ups. Again, they really need to make Score give you 1 or 2 1-ups or whatever. Score does absolutely nothing at the moment. And it shouldn't be like that. Can't believe that shit.
Phantom is fearful to behold.
All those lives lost.
They won't get far.
I must warn my master.
Dying right before health, always the beat 'em up classic. This stage looks so good with the guys in the background. Shit. Alright, let's see here.
Phantom has the strength of 10.
Yeah, that damage. That's not worth it. Shit damage. It's really disappointing that the treasures never appear again after you pick them up. Treasures should always just appear in the playthrough, it's just in the vault. In the vault, it's like, they stay. But in the actual playthrough, they should always be there as like score items or just something interesting. Because it is kind of interesting to find and pick up those treasure items. But now we just don't have them. They're never going to appear again unless I like delete the registry data or something. Let's go! Well, it's technically the best combo I can do off a slide. I'm using those constantly now. I have now reached the point where I've scientifically proven that the actual super is pointless, and all you want is you want your meter to just do nothing but the defense move and the uppercut. And like, using those strats, let's see if I can just keep myself safe and never die, because there's no reason to die if I've got that move. Means you don't get as many marks at the top for the amount of enemies you killed with the super, the golden skull meter. But that's kind of pointless anyway, it might not be needed. I hope it's not needed. Okay, so this item is the only treasure thing that keeps spawning. Like, they haven't done it to be consistent like the others. The others never spawn once you pick them up, but this one always reappears. So we pick it up again, it doesn't give us any score or anything, but that's a vault item. I'm taking damage there. There's health right over here. Oh, wait. Of course you can pick up health multiple times, so even though on hard mode the health doesn't give you 100%, it only gives you like 50%, you can just pick it up multiple times. Just like we said before in chat, like, I just totally forgot. There's another health there. Guys, does this count as a pre-alpha build or what? Even though I kind of stupidly lost those lives before, I feel strangely safe with these strats. Like, I feel like, you know, even though I'm down to 0 lives, I just shouldn't die. I shouldn't die as long as I always hit the clothesline when it's needed. Just don't use supers. Don't use supers. It's the strat. Pigeons, good detail. The Phantom, 2025. I wanted to jump there, but I couldn't get the jump out during the combo. You can't do that because the jump hitbox only hits a single guy and then it doesn't dig through like you would expect. So shit like that doesn't work. I used a super by accident, I actually wanted the other thing. Oh, the bikes! It's always completely random, it feels, whether you're actually gonna do it safely or not. Jump kicking a motorbike guy. You have iframes during the throw like that. You see, like, we haven't had health in ages, and I've just sort of maintained by not using supers because you're just so safe with your defensive move and shit. Like, there's a non-trivial chance I could just go through the rest of the game without dying once. With this strat of not using supers. These auto-scrollers should not be an issue.
Defend Phantom Man who cannot die. Dare follow and we shall test your immortality.
I can see our ride.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's about time you caught up, Phantom. Prepare to die.
The dialogue cut in is so good. I don't know why they had to make these auto-scrollers where you're always scrolling left to try to give it a sense of weight with the movement or something, but it's just constantly annoying movement in these auto-scrollers. Can't wait to get to the boat scene again. I really need to play Phantom 2040 again. Phantom 2040 is such a masterpiece of unprecedented insanity quality. I was utterly dumbfounded by that game. I think the only other Super Nintendo side-scroller that's impressed me that much is Rendering Ranger R2. Rendering Ranger R2 is what I always said is easily the most impressive Super Nintendo side-scroller. And it certainly is in terms of technical aspects. But overall, the Phantom 2040 game might be more impressive. And it's like, it's not even a Japanese game. It's like, it's just some freaking Western developed, it's like American, right? There's like an American game made by a team of dudes that were like 25 years old and shit. And it's like more insane and impressive than the super aristocratic Japanese game. Alright, there it is. The end of India. Now we go to Sweden. Rendering Ranger R2? Are you talking about game tapes? The gameplay is brilliant, I think, in Rendering Ranger R2. It's one of the best side-scrollers and shmups combined. Like, it's very good. Phantom 2040 is more like A little bit more Mega Man X-y, a little bit more exploratory, but holy shit,
Another
it's
dead
insane.
end. I will not fail you, my son. What's this? It looks like we have a train to catch.
We're doing a 1cc attempt of hard mode, Guinea Prince.
Now Sweden, the vile Sing pirates leave no corner of this globe uncorrupted.
The freaking trench coat is so good, throwing it off at the glasses. Alright, let's be careful we don't die because there's not many health items here. The stage is really cool visually. Yeah, the back kick. The back kick, I think, is like iframes or something. If there's like shit coming from behind, you use the back kick and it kind of cancels shit out. Might be able to do that instead of using the clothesline. Some enemy behind. I gotta use the dogs. If I get really low health, use the dogs just to kill a few enemies. God, it's so much faster when you're not trying to build up supers and use supers. The supers are actually shit. Like, compared to just using this and clothesline, the supers are shit. It looks awesome. It's satisfying to hit, especially. But they're actual shit compared to just doing this. Safe with the clothesline, except the second guy got me. This guy's standing out of bounds. Pick up the health. I didn't pick up the health multiple times, chat. We didn't pick it up multiple times, no cheating. It's crazy how fast you run. The run is actually, like, kind of really fun. How fast it is. Cool. Why did he have just full invincibility there? What the heck was that? Don't worry, the train is unaffected by the missiles that are hitting it. I think it's good how enemies don't drop items. Because you never have to linger around the... Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, that's a... error? Luckily we had a dog, otherwise we'd have to use the guns, but we don't want to use the guns because then you get a bad ending for getting kills. That guy was stuck in the previous scene. Oh shit. Oh, too many enemies there. Oh, big clumpage. Could use dog here. The dog comes back in every stage with full uses, so... Dog is definitely worthy in moments like this. This definitely would have been a very easy 1cc on hard mode if I had been doing this sort of strat since the beginning. Because we lost both lives near the beginning, and now I'm just going really far into the game without dying at all. So if I had an extra 2 lives here, it would be quite trivial. But...
Last stop. My patience
well, not
is
trivial.
wearing thin. I have come for my son. All I want is information.
Shall we, darling?
If we must.
Like, the last stage in the museum could still be tricky because of lack of healing items. I have to be careful. There's the goal. I gotta say that this scene right here, the Bayside stage, is probably the least interesting level background environment in any of the stages. Most of the other ones are pretty freaking amazing. Okay, so they have a random chance of doing a wake-up attack. They got a random chance of wake-up attack, then... What the fuck? Okay. Then just never be next to him and wake up. He tried to do it there. Nah, she's not a Diana recolor, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god. How did they get that damage off? Alright, good. Triple pickup.
Good shot.
Wait! Whoa, how did that not hit me? Can't complain, I guess. Ash said hi, gifted a sub to Retro Island Gaming. That's such a good island. I want to be on the Retro Island Gaming island. These bats, the bat is so satisfying, but there's literally like one in the game. Look how fucking satisfying the bat is. I think there would be like a bunch of them. I don't know where that guy is. He's really running away. I'm getting hits on him, but there's like no feed. He was just really eager to do the throwing attack, I guess. Not getting boxes. No, we are still getting boxes in the sky. Boxes in the sky is just always there. Don't recall if the boxes in the sky were in the broken full version demo. Demo 2, as I like to call it. That box did not have health, but I think the next sky box has health. And it's so satisfying, the clumpage in this game. A great strength of the Phantom. Quality clumpage feedback. Like, I can actually play this game as underbaked and unfinished as this is. I can play this and just have so much more fun. Even if it's kind of looks quite, like, sort of meh and uninteresting to the average person. In terms of playing it as a beat-em-up fan, I'm like having way more fun just playing this compared to freaking Power Rangers and shit like that. And a team made this be it'd be both, Ash! It'd be a barbarian side-scroller like Golden Axe with satisfying combat, and there would be a Geiger area you'd find. It would be a Geiger area. Geiger areas are completely okay in barbarian games. Whether you want to buy this is completely up to your own decision based on what you've seen here. Like, I like the Phantom, I like beat-em-ups. This game has a lot of satisfying combat, but it's also one of the most unprofessional and buggy beat-em-ups released recently, and it's... The devs just really need to get a proper coder. Coding is this game's weak point. Hopefully I can make it to the health. I've got 1 health left. Oh, you're kidding. I gotta get that. That's where the health is. How do I... God, the health is in there, but how do I get it? Oh my god. I gotta play real safe now, just using slides and shit. Shit. Freaking glitched out box with the health in it. There it is. Alright, I picked it up twice, I don't care. The game is busted. You can pick up items multiple times. I'm just gonna do it there. We've got full health. The 1cc continues, chat. Hard mode 1cc. Bardic's playing the Punisher now. Well, you know, that makes sense. The Punisher is one of the best beat-em-ups ever made.
Pirates are at home on water. We must follow, quickly.
The mighty Phantom. I
can't wait for this stage.
This should cover the cost, my friend.
Guys, are you ready for the most exhilarating stage in the game? So after this, we've just got Sydney and New York left. The whole globetrotting aspect of this game is so sick, and the freaking visuals are so sick.
I like it.
To say this game has problems would be an understatement. Nonetheless, I'm fully more into this and enjoy this way more than all the licensed beat-em-ups from last year, pretty much. Back to the bottom of the screen, chat. Welcome, Bo the Schmo. Even though I lost 2 of my 3 lives really early on, now that I'm not using supers and I'm just keeping my super meter for normal combos and the defense move, the game is a lot easier on hard mode. I've finally determined that as kind of fun as it is to use, the super in this game is garbage compared to using your resource, your super because it's the same resource. Using your resource for defense and for the special uppercut is a trillion times more effective than actually depleting the whole thing with the super. I don't have a best beat 'em up, but the classics of Capcom Japanese arcade beat 'em ups is basically the best shit. Final Fight, King of Dragons, Knights of the Round, Captain Commando, The Punisher, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Dungeons and Dragons The Tower of Doom, Dungeons and Dragons Shadow of Mystara, Battle Circuit, Powered Gear, and Tenchi Corral 1 and Tenchi Corral 2. Every Capcom beat 'em up. Literally every Capcom beat 'em up in arcades. Every arcade Capcom beat 'em up. I didn't play the Cobra Kai games, I just played Karate Kid Street Rumble, which was the Shredder's Revenge sort of inspired game.
My life. You did not have to. Master Dogai has your son, but you won't find him here. I will give you his next destination. Any more at
Yeah,
home, like
even Armored Warriors, Electro Altruism. I think I said Powered Gear, which is the Japanese name for it. It's like graphically the best out of all of the ones they ever did. Like, I think Powered Gear is better graphics than bloody, like, even the Dungeons and Dragons games and shit. There's issues with Powered Gear, Armored Warriors. It's definitely got the most gameplay issues compared to the other games, and that all comes down to the weapons system. But regardless, it's still utterly brilliant. You know, you can kind of play that game using very unfun weapons that are very safe to use, and it's not fun.
We're not too late.
But I always use the laser swords. Cyberbots. I'm not a big fan of Cyberbots. Cyberbots is probably like 5% of the effort that they put into Powered Gear, Armored Warriors. They just reused some of the sprites to make a fighting game, and they did a couple new backgrounds. The amount of effort they put into the beat 'em up is just astonishing. The backgrounds, all the details, all the concept art. It's such an amazingly rich and complicated and complex visual thing. And it didn't pay off for them at all. Like, that's I think that's why they made Cyberbots. They had to get some mileage out of that. All right, we're in Australia, mate. We're in Australia. I think this game does a good job of differentiating the stages and their feel. Despite the very shitty template-y nature of the auto-scrollers, the actual stages are at least decently interesting in their own regard. Especially visually, obviously. That clumpage is so good. The Australian enemies are also really easy. They don't have any long-range moves or anything, so the Indian dudes and the Swedish dudes and shit, they're all like They're all way harder than the Australian enemy. I like how they're all just called Sing Assassin. Very bland names of all the enemies. Adore Warriors of Fate in terms of style and content. Well, the style of Warriors of Fate is based off a Japanese manga, Tenchi Okara. It's like a licensed beat 'em up. It's just a license that's not known outside Japan. Or it's outside Asia. It's actually super popular in Taiwan. It's so popular in Taiwan that they did sequels to Destiny of an Emperor that are Taiwanese exclusive. So like, you know, Capcom made Destiny of an Emperor 1 and 2, and the beat 'em ups, they're all based on Tenchi Okara, but then Taiwan kept making sequels on DOS. And those Taiwanese DOS sequels are even better. They're like the best fucking games based on that shit. Ugh. See, this is some bona fide satisfying clumpage. Shit like this, Ultra Satisfaction, is not in G.I. Joe or Karate Kid or Power Rangers Reader's Rewind at all. It's barely even in... Like, I prefer the combat style of this to Shredder's Revenge easily. If Shredder's Revenge was as polished as it is, but with combat that's more like this, and this game is more based on the Capcom games like Cadillacs and Dinosaurs and shit, does that feel with the grabs and everything? You know, I would be even bigger fan of Shredder's Revenge. Shredder's Revenge would basically be the best beat 'em up ever made if it had like bloody proper fighting mechanics. I still think it's fun, but I prefer the combat in even a janky mess like this game. This is the type of beat 'em up combat I want. It's just not particularly flashy. A better sort of example of combat that's like this, that's flashier for the mainstream audience, so and everything is Streets of Rage 4. Streets of Rage 4 is the go-to modern beat 'em up. Oh yeah, Alien vs Predator. I forgot to mention that before with the Capcom list. Okay, let's keep that health on the screen. Chat, remember when I lost my 2 lives at the beginning of this run? Well, the 1CC's still going. Quantity of moves has absolutely nothing to do with beat 'em up quality. Quantity of moves is like meaningless. This game is filled with useless moves like this shit and stuff, and this. Like the moves have to have a function. The Shredder's Revenge combat's really crispy and fun because of the dash cancelling you've got. You do like do dash cancel and shit. You get the different special moves, which is cool, but that's not what makes the combat. I still prefer just meaty, throwing dudes into other dudes type beat 'em up combat like this. But this game's got some very meaty sort of, you know, doing shit like this is pretty satisfying. But, you know, this is an 8-button game. This is an 8-button game because this is modern designers that think they have to use every button on the controller and it's a better beat 'em up because there's more buttons of useless shit to do. All the shoulder buttons do a specific thing, like this is one button and then this is a button, like it's just... And then you look at those, the best beat 'em ups ever made, the old Japanese shit or whatever, or even freaking Dark Judgment, the Hong Kong DOS game we played yesterday. 2 buttons! 2 buttons! And it's got like a better combo system, funner, fluider combat than this by far. 2 buttons. Dungeons and Dragons has 4 buttons because there's switch item and then use item. And that's fine, 4-button game. But generally you just don't need more than 1 attack. Like this game's got this kick button. You never use this shit. Like look at this weird shit. The only reason I use this kick button is because of the slide. Because if you use the punch button on the slide, you get the tackle. And the tackle is pointless. The tackle is 100% pointless because the slide is better in every way. The slide pops them up so you can uppercut and everything. So the tackle is pointless. That could just be the slide on 1 button. This shit is pointless. The charge moves are pointless. Like it's just, you know. I think this game's fun, but it's definitely one of the beat 'em ups that has a whole bunch of useless moves. Slave Zero X from last year. Slave Zero X, absolutely amazing game. Freaking love that game, god tier. It's filled with so many useless moves. Like that game has so much useless cancels and shit and moves that you never use. And like you can use them, but they're not safe to use. The safest thing in Slave Zero X, because I was doing deathless attempts, the safest thing is forward heavy, heavy, like the ground slash into the launcher thing. Just games filled with useless fluff moves that don't have any use and is just pointless. Let's pick that up.
Hey, mister. I saw them creeps running to the sports hall.
Hey, mister. Oh, there's another health. Clumpage. More health we didn't need. What a clump. Look at this. If only the game had this many enemies on screen more often. I love the sound layering as well. What a clump! Again, look at how effective it is to just use the uppercut special instead of using the super. The super uses your whole super meter. The super uses your whole super meter, whereas this uppercut uses a single block. And you've got like a million blocks there. So now, like, you can clearly see, now that we're sort of putting the game under more scrutiny by doing this 1cc attempt, we can see how unbalanced it is with the super, how useless the super is. Like, I didn't know before, but now I know for sure the super is totally shit and unbalanced. But it's okay. Oh man, the far left background offset. Okay, it fixed. Oh, it's back again. Yeah, I don't really care too much because the like EX moves or whatever you want to call them are like fun. It's not like I need to have the super be more effective for it to be good combat or anything. But it is a thing. If it was up to me with these specific mechanics and moveset, I probably would make the super like a consumable thing, like the stars in Streets of Rage 4, and you make that different to your EX meter. You make that different to your super meter. But the super meter, as it is here, with how good those moves are, would have to be like half the size. You get to store too many of these uppercuts, too many of these get out of jail free cards with the clothesline and stuff. It's like, it's too effective. So I'd probably rebalance it like that. If it was me redesigning it.
Good day, my purple friend. Master Dogai mentioned you might be popping in. Your boy is gone. Handsome chap. Defeat me in the ring, and I'll volunteer their final destination.
Here's the first of the game's 2 unique boss fights.
Anyway.
If you don't count the auto-scrollers anyway. This is awesome how he's got his tea.
Chap.
Very, very sick. And then of course we can just do this. Okay, now he needs to go and summon his other dudes, but now there's a score problem. You can get infinite score by doing this. Score is useless in the game anyway. You don't get 1-ups and there's no high score chart. But, you know, if I was in charge of this game, I would make score do something. I would make it give you extra lives. And I would make it so that you can't farm infinite score. And I would put a high score screen even if there's no online score leaderboards or anything. Like, you can't just have score and then it's absolute nothingness. Alright, so he's got to summon his dudes.
Now that is...
He summoned 2 dudes. Just 2 dudes. It's cool how it's like another round of the boxing match with the sound and everything. Like, this is a sick fight. But, you know, you can just infinite him and everything. Okay, he needs to go summon more dudes. Right? Yeah, pretty much noodle mixing sound. Pretty much.
You've got more beans than that.
When does he go to the next phase? Is this the big guy coming down now? See, this is awesome how he changes stance. Now he's drinking the tea on the left. It's all good! It's all good, but the implementation with the gameplay is just breaking it.
Shall we get this done, old chum?
It's also, you know, just fighting like 2 dudes is just silly. Like, the enemy waves need to be a little bit more difficult than this for this far into the game. Like, having just 2 normal enemies between is just kind of a waste. Pointless. Just got 1,000,000 points. I feel like we only finished the game with like 900 or 800,000 points on normal difficulty, so like maybe there was actually extra enemy spawns on hard mode, but it's really hard to tell.
Phantom's cold chills even tiger's blood.
We can use the super to finish the boss. Okay, final stage. We're going to Murica.
Well fought, my purple friend.
Enough talk. My patience is exhausted.
Does it go to 1,000,000? We'll see.
Here in New York City. Hurry, my friend. Go-Guy plans to sell the young chap to slavers with the help of the Mafia.
The help of the Mafia. All the cutscene art is so good. Oh, this globetrotting narrative is just the awesomest shit for this game. I really hope they support this game at least decently with patches. It's not going to be supported long, but
we don't know where Kid is yet.
any
Time for
extra,
caution
like...
is over, Diana. Everyone here is going to pay until we are united with our son.
You know, the core gameplay here is fun, satisfying with the huge clumps and the meaty hit stun. The art and the look of it is incredible. It's unfortunate that the programming aspect of this game is so much weaker than all the other elements, just so much weaker. And that's why I just want it to be cleaned up or patched as much as possible, even though the dudes doing the patches are essentially doing Band-Aid patches. They're not doing like fundamental patches. It's all this like Band-Aid surface level shit. The surface level shit, they could have at least fixed the cosmetic issues with the menus and stuff, but they're probably not. I'm just saying, like, it's a waste. This game's kind of a waste unless it has better programming. It's a waste that it's as weak as it is with the programming. So, like, any extra support we get at this point will just be a plus. Like, this is still, like, a game of interest to me that I could see playing every now and then in the future when we do comic book stuff. But it's unfortunate that it's like, as underbaked as it is in its current state. Museum. Health there. And pick up the health until we need it. What do you reckon, Chad? Am I gonna 1cc this? Literally, it was like pretty hard until I made the change of not using supers, and now it's like pretty easy hard mode 1cc on my first attempt, essentially. We probably should have done a gamba. Yeah, if Dana's still around, he can do a gamble for the rest of the game. Better be quick, though. We're gonna keep that health there. The music is all this kind of generic nothingness, stock music that they're probably grabbing from somewhere. I don't really know. But this probably is my favorite track in the game, the New York Museum. Just because that little melody going kind of sounds dramatic and not as bland as all the other tracks. Again, this stage just reminds me so much of like the freaking some of the stages in the Shadow beat 'em up. The Shadow is like a similar time period, also in New York. What? Like freaking mobsters and shit. No one's betting no? There's a chance I could die, never know. Never know, chat. Pick up that money. Let's go for it. He tanked a lot of those bullets with the clothesline. See, like, there really is, like, only one baseball bat in the game, isn't there? There's that one baseball bat you can use in the second Sweden stage, and that's it. These guys don't let you use their baseball bat. The baseball bat was the funnest weapon to use, but I think there's literally one in the game. Unless I just overlook one because I wasn't paying attention because I'm just mostly fighting enemies like this. Did you see that? The freaking Y-axis just... The Y-axis just being ignored completely. So I was like standing way underneath the guy, but the bullet was still hitting my head, even though my head is like a totally different X-axis. Oh, we got 1,000,000 points, by the way. Game did go to 1,000,000. God, the whole gun thing is just so underbaked.
Stranger, those goons have fled to the main entrance. Eat lead, creep.
I can't believe they just call every enemy Sing Assassin, even though they've got the little Final Fight style health bars and stuff. They could have just given that aspect a lot more character by differentiating the names a little bit. This is like Mobster Sing Assassin or something. Something like that. Big freaking clumps! Big satisfying clumps. Hey. Oh holy shit! Dude. I didn't want to press that. Those guys didn't... Inordinate quantity of... What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Starting to think that might be a glitch there. With like that move accidentally coming out. That guy was stuck there because the dog, his AI doesn't reset after getting hit by the dog once? Shit. These guys immediately spawning. Where was that health? I didn't get to where that health was. There it is. Full health. Oh. Oh. Best part of this game's gameplay. That level of chunky satisfaction literally not present in Shredder's Revenge or anything. I mean, it's definitely in Streets of Rage 4, but... Okay, level N, no boss. Now the auto-scroller.
He's toast. No man or ghost could survive that kind of blast. Incompetent fools. Dogai is waiting at the docks.
I like how the dynamite was just in the background there, you see it? Alright. Now this was easier than the... This was like a lot easier than the
Let's fill this purple wise guy
boat scene, wasn't it?
Hey.
Perspective doesn't mean anything in these auto-scrollers. Don't worry about perspective, chat. This is substantially easier than the boat one, but the boat one is easy once you know you can just dodge at the bottom. Still easy. Let's be patient. Just gotta be patient. These riveting auto-scroller scenes, which look amazing, but if only the gameplay was better in these scenes. His arm looks so silly aiming up and down. Come on, throw more dynamites than that. There you go. I lost 1 block of health. It looks like we're gonna finish this.
No!
Hard mode
Please.
1cc,
Darling,
sub
this is
1.5
not your
hours.
legacy. This is what Dogai wants.
He's a monster. A monster that must be stopped at any cost.
So this is like shorter than Streets of Rage 4 for like a 1cc playthrough.
Your legacy is over.
The long background there with this pan down is awesome. That shit is awesome. Graphical presentation of this game on point in multiple ways. There's one other beat 'em up that extensively does panning down from like a huge vertical scrolling background, and that is Crystal of Kings. Crystal of Kings on arcade. Japanese fantasy beat 'em up from like 2000, one of the later ones made for that era. Anyway, here's the last boss. Oh, he's already reached the point of having to summon his dudes. I think he has to be knocked down before he does it? Yeah.
It ends here.
That's awesome how the barrels explode. It's also kind of silly because he's the one standing on the barrels. A little bit silly. Alright, he's actually chipping me away, so I better be careful. Oh shit! Be careful now. Oh, you can knock. I thought you couldn't knock him down with a dive attack. You can. Hey. Hey. Alright, next phase. 1.1 million score now. Big score. Big score that does nothing because there's no high score chart. He's got his little thing now. Better watch out. I love how you can slide when he goes into his like arms folded thing without a walk animation. He's doing it again when his health bar's only there. I don't think he has many phases left. We just have to go through this again. He throws his little shit. Yeah. Which apparently can hit you before they land, but the perspective makes no sense, so I don't know what the hitbox really is.
It ends here.
Guy's got a lot of health. Okay, is that it? I think that might be the last wave. It's not. He's still got more. Outside of the fact of having the infinite, of course, I think that this could be a... Like, this is a cool scene. It's a cool fight, visually. There's just the lack of pacing, the lack of excitement. Everything's real slow between the way. Like, all the... Like, there's a lot of factors adding up to make this not nearly as exciting as it should be. So once again, just like the rest of the game, it's just underbaked. One part of this game that doesn't feel too underbaked or whatever in terms of how it ends up being or feeling like the gameplay is just the awesomeness of the environments as you're going to all the different countries, visiting all the different exotic locations and fighting big clumps of enemies at once. That's when the game's at its strongest. But then more specific scenes, the auto-scroller scenes, these two bosses at the end with the Australia boss and this guy, they kind of just don't really go anywhere. They're not, it's like they're not finished. They're just sort of the placeholder for the base release of the product without any iteration and shit like we were talking about before. Oh shit! Be careful. Health is just gonna keep getting lower. Just move to the side. Whoa! Shit! He's too far to the left! Oh my god, just move to the right for God's sake. Does he have more waves on hard mode? Because this is just like, I'm like losing concentration. This better be the last wave, otherwise we're in trouble. Might be the last wave. I think it's the last wave.
Strikes. Lightning stands.
There's a different little cut in the corner if you use the super on a boss.
It ends.
Alright, we 1CC'd hard mode.
Son, he must pay.
Father, it is none of the way.
You're right, kid.
Statue of Liberty.
Phantom, it's not over.
That plays out so abruptly, you barely even understand what's happening. Not so fast, Phantom! What happened? I don't know. Ah, here's some food, let's eat. Artwork is awesome. Like, the pacing is just fucked. But yeah, I lost both lives. There's only 3 lives. Score doesn't give you a 1-up. Score should give you 1-ups, but it doesn't. I already talked about this before. I'm not going to go over the list of all the changes. I talked about the list of all the changes before. If the developers are watching, you know, I talked about it before of all the shit that needs to be fixed. I'm not going to go through it all again. All the small shit, not like redesigning the game, just like editing the game to not be totally fucked. But basically, I lost both my lives at the beginning there, and then I sort of somewhat comfortably, it's comfortable because it's literally like my first attempt. It's not like I'm grinding the 1CC in this, even if we had a few close calls. But, you know, all I had to do was not use supers, don't use the super, and then suddenly, boom, I like literally deathlessed about 80% of the game on hard mode. Like, the second half of India, all of Sweden, all of Australia, all of America, deathless. All you have to do is just not use the super. Scummed the health pickups. Not a single health pickup that I picked up twice was ever actually needed, because it was usually getting it towards the end and then I didn't lose that much more health. So even if I didn't do the multiple pickup bug, which is just one of the 2 trillion glitches this game has, it still would have been pretty comfy. Because the supers are shit. The supers are shit. You don't want to waste all your resources and then be unsafe when you can just keep all your resources and just melt enemies with all the other shit. So it's that's how you want to play the game for effectiveness. We're getting the same ending. So the whole thing with the amount of marked enemy defeats you have is pointless. The game is cool in terms of, you know, the graphics. I kind of like the stages The atmosphere is awesome. That ties into the graphics, but also just the narrative aspect of making it a globe-trotting adventure suits the graphics even more. It's awesome in that regard. And the combat has a lot of satisfying meaty clumpage and satisfaction to it. There's no doubt about that. It's just the 2 million other underbaked issues because this feels like you're playing an alpha build. That's the issue with the game. The game had no iteration. They just sort of designed it and then that's it. And then they, you know, they've been trying to fix all these bugs in the last 2 weeks since the demo was released. Oh no, there it is. So it's a game that's extremely underbaked. They needed to get more feedback a lot earlier. Oh yeah, we unlocked Outlast for finishing hard mode, I guess. There's literally like dozens and dozens and dozens of small things that are wrong with this that could be fixed super quickly. There's about 12 to 15 cosmetic issues with the menus and stuff not being aligned correctly or stuff being not consistent with the naming convention with the moves and stuff that can be fixed. The picking up multiple items, like, you know, if you mash the pickup button, you can pick up items multiple times, needs to be fixed. The whole menuing needs to be fixed because it says new game, but then the new game gets overridden by jungle every time you start one file. All of them are visually broken. The vault is a complete mess. It's not designed the way it should be designed at all. You should only be able to see the items that you've got. You know, there's... Score should give you 1-ups at the very least. Score should do something. There should be a high score screen. Score should at least do something. And then if I start another mode here, score keeps going on because score doesn't get reset. So it's all sort of underbaked, unfinished, cosmetic shit going on. In terms of the technical side, the main thing they need to fix is the sliding walk animations. They need to get to the bottom of the sliding walk animation shit. And then only after doing all that cosmetic and basic redesign shit with score has to be reset on continue for it to mean more as well. All these are all easy fixes. These are all easy things. The technical thing with the sliding is harder, but that needs to be fixed as well. It's like integral. After all that, only then would you look into trying to fix infinites on the bosses to make the bosses a little bit more exciting so you don't just sit there infiniting them. But that would be like last, essentially. And they're probably not going to do that. They're probably not going to do that. What is Outlast? Let's see. It's normal. Diana's also fucked to use. What the fuck? Is it a boss rush or is it round 1? Round 1 Pirates 0. This is a bloody survival mode where it's just as many rounds as you can last against this boss. And then he fires waves of enemies at you, is what I'm guessing it is. Shit, I can't be fucked. That's shit. The arcade mode is total shit. The arcade mode is the story mode. This game has very brief cutscenes that suit an arcade experience. So story is arcade, and then arcade, instead of being a forced 1cc thing like Streets of Rage 4 arcade, Streets of Rage 4's arcade mode, this arcade mode is just a stage select. It's literally a stage select. That's what arcade mode is. It even just says stage select. So who gives a shit? I don't give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. Arcade mode has additional enemies. I don't care. Even if it does, I don't give a shit. It's just bloody it's just stage select. So yeah, that's the game. That's the game. I 1cc'd it on hard mode, chat. What do you think about the Phantom, chat? There it is. After 3 years in development, probably not actually 3 years in development because they were actually just focused on freaking doing Kickstarters for other games like Demonicron and shit. You know, I'm gonna like this game regardless because it's what I want. It's what I want. It's the type of beat 'em up I want, and I think that a lot of this game is awesome. But it also happens to have basically worse programming than G.I. Joe and even less iteration than G.I. Joe. It's a million times better than G.I. Joe. I'm not saying G.I. Joe is better. That's the shittest beat 'em up on Steam. But this game is underbaked. It's like an alpha build. This is an alpha build. That's the problem with it. There's so many small details that accumulate. The cumulative details are just overwhelming to the point of absurdity with how just sort of incompetent a lot of the problems were, going back to the demo, with the demo accidentally having the full game in it and all this shit. It's just been a mess since the beginning. Cumulative details all adding up, just like in the movie Heat starring Al Pacino and Robert De Niro, where the cumulative details add up to make it a great film. But the cumulative details of this game add up to be a big problem because they're negative details. They're like problems. And there's just a smorgasbord of them. Like, this game is just such a mess. It's such a mess. But, like I keep repeating over and over and over again, I still think this was funner and cooler than all the other licensed beat 'em ups that have come out recently. In some ways, Power Rangers is definitely cooler, but Power Rangers combat is nowhere near as fun as this. You know, will they patch it to get it into a solid state when this is probably going to be selling terribly and, well, at least selling terribly to a normal audience? I think they might have been able to make money off collectors and stuff for all the limited editions and shit, just like with Lady Death's Kickstarter. How many of these same issues are we going to see in Lady Death a year down the line, I wonder? Am I forcing myself to like it? I don't have to force myself to like it. Going through this game and seeing all the variety with the backgrounds and the different exotic locations while fighting big clumps of enemies and exploding them was super fun. It was good. But when I think about this outside of my little bubble and to a normal audience, it's just such a mess of a game. Like, it's so unfinished, it's ridiculous. Like, it's completely unfinished. Completely unfinished. It's just sloppy. It's sloppy. They haven't iterated on the designs. They haven't play tested enough. They've done huge, massive, sweeping, gameplay-changing patches in the last week, which means that they never played through this game when it was supposed to be functional and testing it and iterating, so the game can only be... The game's always going to be a mess because of that. It's not going to be artisanal. But I still think it's fun and it looks sick. It's just a mess. Look at this, all the save files need to be re-deleted again. I don't, like, are they ever gonna fix it? Are they ever gonna fix it? I don't know.
You are.
You are. They gotta fix... They gotta fix the walking animation thing, because I'm sure that's gonna be in Lady Death as well. Lady Death probably has the sliding walk animation problem the exact same as this. The janky juggles are so fun. Look at how good it looks visually, just look at it. Yep, the Phantom. I hope that the company is able to make the other licensed games down the line and they don't just get destroyed from people destroying this game. is there's no way this is going to have a positive Steam review. This isn't going to have a positive Steam review score. And it's not going to sell well. But they had a successful Kickstarter for Lady Death, so... You know. If they've got another year to try to improve this engine for Lady Death... The Lady Death is nowhere near as interesting to me as the Phantom. But hey, if they can even, like, as they keep iterating on Lady Death before Lady Death comes out, if they could easily apply that to patch this game even a year down the line, that would be awesome. If they have the heart or the desire to do that, as long as they're not strapped down by checkbooks too much, and it's like, well, we can't do that, that's going to require another $40 of budget to put out a patch, and then for the consoles as well, and that's the real issue, is the console patches. Console patches are like, you know, they're not easy to put out, just patches for the Switch version and shit. They need to patch this PC version for like however long they're willing to patch it, and then just do one big final cumulative patch on console. But by that point, it's going to be so far outside of the release window that the sales of this would literally be trickled down to like a couple sales a month or some shit. I don't know what's going to happen. But it's not going to be sustainable if the games are not well received. It's not going to be sustainable unless these games are polished up. They could have the same sort of artists or the same art mentality going forwards with all these licenses, and that would be sick as fuck. But the games have to be more polished. I am going to keep track of this to see how many patches they make, and then I'll definitely play it again maybe at some point, but, you know, we'll see what happens. I'll be playing Lady Death regardless. But... Multiple pickup of items. All these just like day one issues that are still in this release build after 2 weeks of them trying to fix the demo and patch the demo. Like, what is going on at this company? What the heck is going on? Is anyone in Melbourne? Does anyone want to go to the offices and ask them? I don't know what would have happened if this was a Brisbane company. I tell you what, holy fuck. If these dudes, if I lived in the same city as these dudes, like, holy fuck, like, what would have happened then? Probably no office, who knows? When it's at the point where, with all those little issues where I'm just like, man, give me the game, let me into the office, and let me just have the source code and all the shit for like a day, and let me just fix all this shit. At least all the basic cosmetic shit and numbers that need to be changed for balance or whatever, like, just let me do it in a day. Why do these dudes need like month after month, 6 months, and then literally this release version of the game still has the freaking animation frames for Diana's super out of order? And that was observed in like a 1.5-year-old trailer. It's just baffling beyond belief. Diana's frames of animation are out of order on that move, and it was in a trailer from 1.5 years ago. 1.5 years ago, this game looked very similar. They've messed with like hit stun and combat basics a lot, but like, there just doesn't seem to have been that much done to the game. If they didn't release the demo, if they never released the demo and they had people like me destroying the demo, do you think that the release version still would have had the infinite OTG melting nonsense? Because I think it would have. Now, how could the developers who made this engine, where there's like grabs, throws, punch combos, how could they possibly be playing this game and not notice that there was the infinite OTG that was making a joke out of the whole game in the demo? How could they not notice that when you're just playing casually? Is it because these dudes maybe played Final Fight for 2 minutes once in like 1989 and haven't played a beat 'em up since? Just like the most casual dudes that, like, do they have any hardcores? Do they have any hardcores? Like, how can you even design this shit without being knowledgeable in some way? I mean, this is all hypothetical though, because maybe they did know about the infinite OTG thing. Like, it's all hypothetical. But the infinite OTG shit was like 2 weeks ago in the demo. And we've still got like the infinite that's, you know, we've still got this, where you can just fight every boss without them being able to do anything. But like I said, those issues are not important compared to all the other shit. It's all the other shit that needs to be fixed first, because infinite combos and stuff is not a problem when you're fighting big groups of enemies. It's only a problem on the bosses, and the game barely has any bosses. It's not like the main shit. It's just one. It's a cumulative. It's a cumulative detail, like in the movie Heat.
Flat if you spot the heat around. You want to be making moves on the street, have no attachments, allow nothing.
Does anyone want to watch the movie Heat?
Thing to be in your life that you cannot walk out on in 30 seconds flat if you spot the heat around the corner.
In the city of Los Angeles.
Recognize the MO? MO is that they're good. If you think these guys are scoring more than passing through, I doubt it.
A relentless police detective is on the trail.
What do we got?
Of a master thief.
You're fugitive number 1 with a bullet. It's double the risk here.
You're wrong. It's 4 times the risk, and I'm double the worst trouble you ever had.
Clear!
And his reckless partner.
The bank is worth the risk. We should take it down.
I want full surveillance, 24 hours, round the clock. We never close, open 7 days a week.
Assume they got our phones, assume they got our houses, assume they got us.
Bam, bye-bye.
They get more daring with every score.
What's the estimate?
12.2 million.
You're up.
But one cop
He's here. I can feel it.
is closing in.
Whatever score they're gonna take next, they're gonna have the surprise of a lifetime.
Now, for the first time, Academy Award winner Al Pacino and Academy Award winner Robert De Niro collide.
If I'm there and I gotta put you away, I'll tell you, you are going down.
What if you do got me boxed in, and I gotta put you down? Because no matter what, you will not get in my way. I will not hesitate for a second.
Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Val Kilmer, in a Michael Mann film, Heat.
That's Heat. That's Heat. Chat, I'm gonna just go walk around by myself for a few minutes.
You want to be making moves on the street, have no attachments, allow nothing to be in your life that you cannot walk out on in 30 seconds flat if you spot the heat around the corner.
In the city of Los Angeles,
Recognize the MO? MO is that they're good. If you think these guys are scoring more than passing through, I doubt it.
a relentless police detective is on the trail
What do we got?
of a master thief.
You're fugitive number 1 with a bullet. It's double the risk here.
You're wrong. It's 4 times the risk, and I'm double the worst trouble you ever had.
Clear!
And his reckless partner.
The bank is worth the risk. We should take it down.
I want full surveillance, 24 hours, round the clock. We never close, open 7 days a week.
Assume they got our phones, assume they got our houses, assume they got us.
Bam, bye-bye.
They get more daring with every score.
What's the estimate?
12.2 million.
Diamond black, yes, no new friends. My bitch that baddest. Brand new Benz, φίλοι μου όλες σου οι πλάτες στο Ιούνιο διακοπάρες.
Good choice.
An anonymous gifter has gifted 5 subs to Retro Johnny, Daddy Longlegs, Betty Von Buttpants, Wind Up Crab, and Shaxbit. Not to be confused with Boopit, but Shaxbit. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for your kind generosity there. Very kind. What about that Hong Kong DOS beat 'em up made by like 5 20-year-old Hong Kong dudes? How does that stack up to the Phantom? There's only 2 buttons! There's only 2 buttons! It's a modern game, guys. It's a modern beat 'em up. We gotta use every button on the controller, 8 buttons. It's gonna be a better beat 'em up if it uses more buttons. There's more depth. There's more depth because we're using more buttons, even though half the buttons are fucking useless and shit. This is just an old beat 'em up from DOS that only uses 2 buttons. It's so basic and old. We've had so much progression since then. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this. Oh man, this just feels insane after playing the Phantom, dude. Holy fuck. Fuck. I'm a big fan of the Phantom, but I hope that the future games from that company are a bit more polished and a bit more tested and iterated on before release, and I hope that they patch the Phantom a bunch. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's going to be an apocalypse on this stream. I'll see you then.
It is, above all, social experiments of which you are the subject.
Go on, go about your life. I'll be here when you get back. As a matter of fact, I might be where you're going before you get there. Maybe our paths will cross. Hey, it's a long night.